It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
Night, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the part of the world. I must say welcome. Finally, we are here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, where we are going to contest the long-awaited KFC Splt T20 finals between Micoud Eagles and the Soufriere Stumpers. Who will take that grand trophy and this large cash amount home? We don't know, but we have to wait 40 overs for that decision to be made. Now, with me, we have the two captains. The captain of Soufriere Stumpers, Mr. Shanai Mesmin. And we have Darren Sammy, who will be captaining the Micoud Eagles. And we shall move to the toss. And the home captain, he has the coin in his hand. And it's a head from Soufriere Stumpers. And it's a heads. It's a heads. Mr. Mesmin, congratulations on maybe the first win, which is the toss. What have you decided to do?
We're going to have a bat first.
And what is your decision behind this?
I mean, all tournament long, I've been losing the toss. That's actually the first toss I'm winning, and we've been batting first the whole tournament. I just like to keep the momentum with the boys, keep the same spirit up. So we're going to go out and try to get some runs on the board today, at least 170 odds, on that pitch 180 odds, and come back to defend it later on this evening.
Okay, well then, is there any change to your team?
No, we're going to be playing the same 11. Okay,
wonderful. And what are your feelings about the tournament so far?
The tournament has been very competitive this year, with the group standings how it was. I mean, the best teams came forward. We had some unexpected losses from big teams this year, so that there was sort of a balance when it comes to the tournament, as in strength of teams and weakness of other teams. And the two best teams are here at the finals, and we're just looking to put on a good show today and end the tournament on a high.
Well said, well said. Congratulations, sir, and good luck. Mr. Darren Sammy, good night and good luck to you on this final. Can you, before we go into your batting lineup, etc., can you tell us your feelings about the tournament so far?
Well, it's good, first of all, to have the SPL back. You know, KFC SPL, you know, is one part of our cricket that's been missing, obviously due to COVID over the last 3 seasons. But it's good to be back, and it's good to be back in the final, you know. And we, like you said, we eagerly waiting. It's been washed out a couple of times, good weather tonight, so hopefully we could have a good game and entertain our viewers and the fans. So yeah, it's good that SPL is back.
Wonderful, wonderful. Is there any change to your team?
Yeah, we've made one change from the semi-final. Darren Sammy Jr. comes in for Kirsten Jones.
Okay, wonderful. Well, Mr. Sammy, all the best, and I am sure tonight we're going to see a new champion. So all the best, sir. All right. Yes, my people, my spectators from all around the world, you have it right here, the grand finale, the grand final of the KFC SPL T20. It will be contested between the Micoud Eagles and the Soufriere Stumpers. Who will win? Who will be victorious? And it is the first time these two teams will be in the final. Stay tuned. We're looking to start exactly at 8 p.m. So log in and keep focus. Yes.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backer. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Schwezel is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
At Great Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
Micoud Eagles. We only have the Wickets team in the Stumpers. And they're playing the Stumpers. Right with the outbound football. And we shall begin. We're going to have the national anthem. Anybody on the field. Bring up the ball. So these two, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome officially a minister of the sports here with us tonight. We have promised to put the dome over the Darren County in the ground, so we don't have any problem with bringing it in. All team members on the field. We'd like to ask everyone to please stand at attention. Ladies and gentlemen, asking everyone to please stand at attention for the playing of the national anthem of St. Lucia. Thank you very much. We have all anthems here tonight in the grand finals. Going to give you a taste of all the team songs now. If you've been following, you will know each song. Yes, right. We also have more report behind the crowd. They were on as well.
into the offside, does not make contact, and into the gloves of the keeper. So Noel Leo, the keeper. So good bounce on that. Dwight Thomas looks like the opening batter at the non-striker's end. Chauvin Leo will go away from a second delivery of the final. Comes in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets a good delivery and plays square into the offside. A tumbling Darren Sammy Jr. comes into field. And there's no run. So good start here by Chauvin Leo. 2 dot balls.
Yes, and for the Soufriere Stumpers, Sylvester has really been the missing piece of the puzzle. He has yet to make a contribution of significance, and he'll be hoping that tonight would be the night.
Leo moves in, balls to Sylvester. Sylvester drives over the head of the fielders in the infield and out towards the extra cover boundary for 4 to get his account open for the final and to get the Soufriere Stumpers away as well. 4 without loss. A good start by Julian Sylvester.
Yes, you just mentioned it. He's someone who is really itching for runs, known in cricketing circles as someone who bashes the ball about, and Chauvin Leo just presenting that one in the slot, right out of form. Sylvester would want it.
Darren Sammy in a solitary wide foot slip. Goes down now as Leo moves in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets a good delivery, can't score. Comes across the off stump and plays into the short point region. And there's no run. So Sammy operating with himself at slip. He started with 2 slips, but with the boundary by Sylvester over the inner ring on the offside, he has pulled away the second slip. So solitary slip, squarish gully, point, extra cover mid-off. Leo moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester top edge down to third man. It will fall safely as the fielder comes off the boundary. Sukwa picking it up on the bounce. 1 to Sylvester. He goes to 5. That's his team's total as the field will now change for the right-handed Dwight Thomas.
Yes, and just as you mentioned the name Dwight Thomas, you would remember that he has come into this final with some sparkling form, and he was the one who was the decisive man, the shining light of the team in the previous game. He was the man of the match, getting that half century, and the Stumpers will be looking to him as the man in form to deliver tonight and get them a total of respectability.
Thomas just checking the field, literally counting where the fielders are. He notices that there are 2 men out, deep square leg and third man. Leo in the first over moves in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is getting a good delivery and drops the hands as it goes. Good bouncing delivery to the gloves of Leo, taking that nicely. Good carry there on the basis of this first over. At the end of it, the Soufriere Stumpers, they have decided to bat first. They are 5 without loss.
Yes, and the effort there from Leo, just extracting some extra pace and bounce from a well-prepared surface at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. I went to observe the surface colors and it looks beautiful. It really looks like some blissful batting conditions here tonight. But there's always something in it for the fast bowlers once you're able to bend your back and put in the effort.
Yes, and from the evidence so far, particularly the last delivery, you could see that there is a lot of response there for the bowlers, and of course the batters can get good value for their strokes because there's good carry. One of the things that the players would have to contend with tonight, Jamal, is a very strong breeze. We haven't seen that previously, but very much so. Delivery that start of the second over, Ted Jonas is presenting a delivery on off stump and pushed into the offside by Sylvester for his 6th run. That's the total for the Soufriere Stumpers, as he will bring Dwight Thomas into strike. So the breeze, Jamal, the players would have to contend with that tonight.
Definitely, and we've seen throughout this tournament that bowlers, especially when handling the new ball, that they have struggled to cope with the appreciable movement provided by the strong breeze. But Ted Jonas, he has been a match winner for the Micoud Eagles with both bat and ball.
Indeed, So Micoud getting the better of Monrepo Pioneers in the semi-finals, and Soufriere Stumpers over the Grosile Knights. Jonas from the south moved into Thomas. Thomas to this delivery is playing it down into the short third man position. Sukwa comes to his left to field as he gets off the mark. I make it. So 7 the total now, Soufriere Stumpers. So operating, as we told you, starting with Julian Sylvester and Dwight Thomas. Sammy keeping himself in the solitary slip to Sylvester. Jonas moving in, balls to Sylvester. Sylvester hit it in the air through the wide mid-off position. The fielder is pursuing, but it will be unsuccessful as it goes into the boundary for 4. So a delivery that was back of a length, and Sylvester was onto it quickly, punching it to the left of the man at extra cover, to the right of mid-off, into the gap. It was airborne, but safely away as he gets into double figures. 11 without loss, the overall total. Jonas moving in again, balls to Sylvester. Sylvester is looking to pull that, struck on the thigh pad and almost going down. Ball being picked up on the offside by Darren Sammy, who now makes a change. He is trying to get the attention of the man at the long on position, bringing him into the circle. And the man from inside the circle at square leg goes to deep square leg. So we've got mid-wicket on the boundary, deep square leg. Jonas moving into Sylvester. Sylvester gets a wide delivery and flashes at it and does not make contact as Noel Leo takes behind the stumps. So Sammy keeping himself in that slip position, and for good reason you would think, because from what we have seen there is that carry, and looking to prize a wicket early. Jonas comes in, bowls to Sylvester, loose delivery down the leg side, good take by the keeper. Noel Leo diving away to his right, and to ensure that didn't go past him. So a wayward delivery there from Jonas, as the total remains 13. In fact, it goes to 13 with the wide. Jonas moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is looking to tug that through square leg. They will just humble the single. Sylvain Charles comes from the deep square leg boundary and fires the return high to the keeper. One more to the total. It goes to 14 without loss. We are in the second over.
Yes, you will mention that Sylvester has been kept quiet all tournament, but the way that the Micoud Eagles have operated to him, it looks like they're trying to get him back into form. Really bowling some sighters, balls short and wide outside the line of the off stump, balls on the pads, wide down the leg side, allowing him to really assess the pace of the wicket. And I think, if memory serves me right, this is the longest that Sylvester would have batted all tournament. So he could be very dangerous here tonight if he can spend some time at the wicket, given his reputation.
Yes, so final delivery from Jonas being played into the offside by Dwight Thomas to complete the over. So 2 completed, and how you make it so far, Jamal? The 2 sides, even Stevens at after the first 12 deliveries, first 2 overs I should say. We've had some extras.
Yes, very much so. The game really hasn't gotten away from Darren Sammy and his Eagles. The batters have not got off to a flyer, but the Soufriere Stumpers would feel happy that the opening batters are still at the wicket.
Leo to start over number 3, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets a back of a length delivery, pitched on about the middle and leg, goes back and can only play in defense. So Leo starting with a dot ball. Let's just recap the semi-finals. So we had Monrepo Pioneers versus the Micoud Eagles. Micoud Eagles, they batted first. That took place on the 1st of November. Leo moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets another short delivery. Doesn't have the room and has to go back and play it a little gingerly. But good sharp delivery into the body and playing it in front of him. So good start to the over by Chauvin Leo. 2 dot balls to Julian Sylvester. So Monrepo Eagles, Monrepo Pioneers, they batted first, 138 all out. As a delivery that stoppage, and that will go back to and put down. Oh, it's a no ball, fortunately for Chauvin Leo, but another short, sharp delivery. This time it seemed to have come off maybe the shoulder of the bat and went lobbing up towards Leo, who put it down, much to the disappointment of Darren Sammy. But then when they all looked, they saw the outstretched hand of umpire, the outstretched arm of umpire Mathre. So no drop catch, but it's a no ball. So 1 to the total, 15. Now free hit for Sylvester. Short down the leg side, looking to swing at it, doesn't make contact. Wide call. And so 1 to the total, 16 without loss. That means the free hit remains. Does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, but we're not seeing the signal from umpire Mathre. Just maybe lapsing there a little. Now he now gives the single. So free hit very much on. Leo moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is looking to loft that on the onside. Struck on the pad. So he misses out, and disappointing there for him, Jamal. 2 opportunities to benefit from the free hit. They both went to begin.
Yes, we did mention that he is trying to find his form. His form has deserted him for this tournament, but the longer he bats, the more dangerous that he would become. We saw Leo transgressing that front line, looking for that extra pace, but he has troubled the batters with that pace thus far.
He moves in, bowls to Sylvester. Short delivery, goes down. It's down the leg side, wide call. And good sharp stuff from Leo, but just not getting the ball in the right areas. And so 1 more to the total. It's another wide, 17 without loss. So we told you in that final, Monrepo 138 all out. And in reply, Micoud 140 for 8. With Pamphil and Jonas with that important 9th wicket partnership. They got there in 19.1 overs. So success by 2 wickets there for the Micoud Pioneers. That's why they're here in the final. Leo moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is going for a big drive to a change of pace delivery. He's not making contact outside the off stump. And Leo proving very difficult for Sylvester to get bat on ball. Slip still in place. This is over number 3. Soufriere Stumpers, they won the toss and they are batting. Leo to delivery that's short again into the body. And Leo is giving no room to Sylvester. And looks like the over is still in progress, but it's been a difficult one for Sylvester. Not able to get the room to free his arms, and he has been troubled by Chauvin Leo.
Yes, you would have mentioned the wides that Leo would have bowled, but I'll tell you something, that whenever a bowler is really cranking up the pace, it does make you feel uncomfortable as a batter.
Sylvester waits as Leo bowls to him. Delivery that is short. He's looking to hit that into the offside, but doesn't have the room. Tries to make some, but the ball is dead on middle stump, bouncing over the stumps. And it goes into the gloves of Noel Leo to complete the 3rd over. At the end of it, the Soufriere Stumpers, they have chosen to bat. They're 17 without loss.
Yes, and Chauvin Leo really coming into his own. I think that tonight, this is the best wicket that we have seen for cricket thus far in this edition of the KFC SPL. There's really value for the bowlers once you put in the effort. And Leo, this is the best that he has bowled all tournament. Really keeping things quiet. The batters have no room to free the arms. The ball is tight on the line of the body. Balls whizzing past the faces by the neck of the batters. Really uncomfortable stuff.
Ted Jonas will start over number 4. His second bowls to Thomas. Thomas is using his feet. He hits it off the outer portion of the bat and into the third man boundary for 4. So Dwight Thomas looking to use his feet and came down. Didn't quite get hold of it, but got enough bat on it to get it over the infield. The players on the inner ring, the field restricting circle on the offside, and away into the third man boundary for 4. So he takes the total to 21 without loss. So this is shaping up to be a decent start by the 2 Soufriere Stumpers openers.
Yes, and this was really one of the hallmarks of the half century from Dwight Thomas. Always looking busy, always showing that intent. Coming at the bowler, he recognized that nothing much was happening by way of moving the scoring rate along.
Jonas, to him, is driving along the ground on this occasion and straight to the man on the edge of the circle at backward point, or let's say short third man, short whitish third man. So 1 to Thomas. He takes the total to 22. Jonas in that semi-final that we spoke about against Micoud versus Manipur Pioneers. We'll give you that. Delivery to Sylvester, the left-hander, is a little wide, angled across him as he's over the wicket, and Sylvester doesn't play as it goes into the gloves of the keeper. So Ted Jonas in the semi-final against Manipur Pioneers, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30. So he did pretty well. He comes in now, bowls to delivery that's hoiked away out towards mid-wicket and away from the diving fielder at the boundary. And umpire just looking to get confirmation from him as to whether it was over. Yes, in fact, over the boundary. A short delivery. And Sylvester was onto it, hitting it away to the right of the fielder, who's at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And just over the boundary for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, as the total goes to 28 without loss. Strike, Sylvester goes up to 17. Jonas moves in, bowls to Sylvester, slower delivery, loft out towards mid-on, and a couple of bounces to the fielder, and they are not able to score. So good change of pace here by Jonas, but Sylvester pushing things along with the maximum.
Yes, they were able to keep him quiet with the balls outside the line of the off stump, but Jonas coming a bit too straight and they deported it over the leg side for 6.
Delivery that Sylvester plays into the offside for a single to take the total to 29. 29 for no loss as the over is completed. So we have had 4 overs bowled, and the Soufriere Stumpers, they have made good progress. 29 without loss.
Yes, really setting up a good base for a launch for later. They would have really struggled by way of the opening partnership throughout this tournament, with Sylvester getting out early in every game. So they would be really buoyed by his presence at the crease for the 4 overs. And he has been able to get some boundaries away. It just seems that he's getting his confidence back. But they have not bowled particularly well to him. They have really given him the leeway to play some of his favorite strokes. But you can't really say that the game is really in anyone's favor at this point, with no wickets being lost and the score not really moving along that quickly.
So Leo will start the 5th over, his 3rd, so he's got 3 straight. He's going to be bowling to Sylvester. As he moves into Sylvester, into the body again, he will get a quick single though, as he plays into the short square leg position. So one more to the left-hander. He goes to 19. And Dwight Thomas on 6 comes into strike 30 without loss. In the second semi-final, Soufriere Stumpers versus the Grosile Knights. That happened on November the 2nd. An identical score in the first innings. Soufriere Stumpers getting 138 for 8 with 58 to Dwight Thomas. So a man in form is in strike as Leo moves in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is playing that down into the slip cordon and knocked down by Jonas. As good response coming from Sylvester. So 1 to Dwight Thomas. He goes to 7. And Julian Sylvester on 19 comes into strike. So he's got a half century behind him. Thomas would want to do a repeat here in the final. Leo moving now to the left-handed Sylvester. Sylvester is getting one that is coming into him, goes back and plays it down to third man. Sukwa is quickly off the boundary and limits them to the single. Single that takes a total to 32 without loss. This is over number 5. In reply to the Soufriere Stumpers 138 for 8 on November 2, semi-final 2, the Grosile Knights, they were bowled out for 93. So Soufriere winning by 45 runs, with only Tariq Edward getting 39. Leo moves in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas plays that away from the slip and down to third man deliberately for a single. Thomas wants a second. It is not on as the return comes in to Noel Leo. So one more to Thomas. He goes closer to double figures, 33 without loss. The field changing for the left hand, right hand combination. Leo turning at the northern end, moves in now, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is going towards leg and finds the ball just about on that line, plays up into the offside, and Leo picks up in his own bowling. Very noticeable, Jamal, that Leo has been cramping Sylvester for room. There have been no room afforded him on the offside.
But this has been some really good bowling here from Leo. And you know, sometimes, Claudius, they say that when the pace is really disconcerting the batter, the further he moves towards the umpire at square leg.
Leo moving in. Sylvester does delivery shot, looking to pull it. Comes off of something, and the keeper coming forward to pick it up, can't make a catch of it. But again, Leo has transgressed the front foot and wide correction. No ball being called by umpire Mathre, and that has been followed by the free hit signal. So an opportunity there for Sylvester to get some runs off of Leo, because it has been difficult of legal deliveries. So he's got a chance to really go big now. Leo moving in. Sylvester is hitting that down to third man and away from the man posted on the boundary, and 4 runs. Sukwa at the wide third man position had no chance of cutting that off. And so Sylvester really helping himself to the freebie here. It was a free hit for transgressing, so he has gotten himself a boundary to complete over number 5. So at the end of the 5th over, the Soufriere Stumpers, they've gone to 38 without loss, with 24 to Sylvester as the chief contributor so far.
Yes, but Darren Sammy, I don't think that he would be displeased with the effort from his opening bowler Leo. He had bowled with some good hostility and really causing some bother for the batters. They never looked comfortable at any time, and even though he would have transgressed that front line, just overstepping, presenting the opportunities for those free hits, you can still feel that he would be happy with his efforts.
As Looks like we have a bowling change. Delivery, that a big drive outside the off stump as Pamphil starts his first, the 6th of the innings. Thomas with a big drive, not making contact, but it has prompted Sammy to take himself out of mid-off into the slip position, as there was some hint of away movement from that one as well. So Sammy posts himself in at slip as Pamphil comes in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is getting another wide delivery, called wide by the umpire Ashby, saying that's too wide. Keeper having to take that in front of Sammy. So 1 to the total. It goes to 39 for 1. This is the final over of the power play. 2 fielders out of the field restricting circle. Delivery that is struck to one of those fielders who comes off the deep point boundary. Shervin Charles. Dwight Thomas not getting hold of that, but will get the single that takes the total to 40 without loss. The other fielder on the boundary. Looks like it's going to be deep mid-wicket for left-handed Sylvester. So he's got square leg on the boundary and mid-wicket. Pamphil moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets a delivery that is clipped away out towards long leg. Sukwa will pick it up. They will come for the second. Fumble by Sukwa allows the batsman to come back for 2. Leg byes now being signaled by umpire Ashby. So 2 more to the total. 42 without loss. And Pamphil on the legs and ball coming off the pad for 2. He'll continue again from the south. Bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is again getting one that is on the pad, struck on the pad, outside of leg stump actually. And might have done better with that, Jamal, because really delivery angled on the leg side and unfortunately not able to get hold of it.
Yes, and when Sylvester is in form, this one would have landed somewhere on top of the roof.
Pamphil moving in, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester walks across and misses down the leg side, but will get the wide call. As again, Pamphil is too much down the leg side. So the total will go up by 1, 43 without loss. As we see under the night conditions, the ball does tend to swing. A bit of swing here, but it needs to be controlled. Pamphil bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester again advancing and just not able to get those balls on the pads away through the onside for runs for maybe the 3rd time of the over, being struck on the pad outside of leg stump. These are balls you would think the opener should be getting away. Pamphil continues. Bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester is again missing down the leg side. A wide will be called again as the total goes to 44 for 3. Not good bowling and not good batting, Jamal.
Yes, but it makes you wonder, Claudius, is this a deliberate tactic from the Micoud Eagles to try to cramp up Sylvester? We saw the same plan being employed by Leo in the first over.
Pamphil bowls to him, delivery that is a no ball. It's full into the pads and they'll get a quick single. And the only signal from the umpire is the no ball. So that will be 1 more to Sylvester. But Pamphil joining in the transgressions of the front crease. And another extra, another free hit with the single. In fact, 2 being added to the total with the single of the no ball. So 46 without loss. Dwight Thomas gets an opportunity to take advantage of a free hit as Pamphil will now come into him. Comes in, goes to Thomas. Thomas is spreading the right leg and missing outside the off stump. It was a full delivery and looking to hit that maybe in the wrong place. And the ball going through to Leo to complete the power play. So 6 overs have been completed. And at the end of it, 46 without loss is the Soufriere Stumpers in the final of SPL T20 for 2023. And we are at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
A bit surprised at that last shot there from Dwight Thomas. The real potency of this batter is when he tries to go through or over the offside, and that delivery was tailor-made for a shot in that region. But Dwight Thomas looking to go across the line against the movement of the ball, and had he just maintained that stationary position and tried to access the offside, could have resulted in the boundary, as there was just that lone sweeper out at deep backward point.
So we're gonna have some spin. Darren Sammy Jr. is being brought in. So the power play is done and dusted. And so we've got some spin. So we've seen the bounce on offer for the seamers. Let's see what Darren Sammy Jr. can do with the bounce as he comes into Sylvester. Sylvester lost that straight down the ground. 6 runs. What a welcome for Darren Sammy Jr. And is that a no ball call? That is a no ball call. 6 being called as well, because that was flat batted straight over the bowler's head. And that has gone for 6, the total going into the 50s. So 50 coming up, 53 without loss. And Sammy Senior just inquiring what has gone on there. He had posted himself at the wide long on position, but it looked like Sammy the bowler did footfall. So free hit now to Sylvester. Sammy Jr. comes into Sylvester. Sylvester hoiks that out towards mid-wicket. 6 runs, is that? Yes. Confirmation from Merle and Sammy. So all of a sudden, Sammy Jr. has come in and has been greeted with 2 maximums as the score goes to 59. And naturally, that elicits a discussion between himself and his father, having some pretty stern words, no doubt, from the senior man, father to son, saying, "That's not exactly what I asked you to bowl." Sylvester has enjoyed himself at the start of the 7th over. Sammy Jr. comes in. Sylvester back, lofts that straight down the ground. Just 1 bounce inside the boundary for 4. And the introduction of Sammy Jr. has not worked out for Darren Sammy, because the score has rushed to 63 with Sylvester struggling against the pace, but all of a sudden he has taken a liking to the introduction of Darren Sammy Jr. He has gone for the first 3 deliveries, 6-6-4.
Well, sometimes cricket is a game of matchups, and the left-arm finger spinner to the left-handed batter, clearly in the favor of the batter.
Delivered as wide of off stump and wide call. So Sammy Jr. has nowhere to hide here in this over.
Sylvester would have bided his time, and he would have been waiting for a treat like this.
64 without loss. Sylvester goes to 41. Sammy Jr. to Sylvester. Switch hit, looking to go enterprisingly. He will get the single in the end. Let's look at the umpire. No signal, so he got a bat onto it, some bat onto it. And now the signal comes. Oh, Mr. Maffrey, that's late. 65 for 1. So Sylvester will remain on 41 as Dwight Thomas, the right-hander, comes into strike. So this has been a good over for the Soufriere Stumpers. Darren Sammy Jr. under pressure.
Yes, and you could tell that the confidence of Sylvester has returned, and getting a bowling change in his favor. And at the local level, this is what Sylvester is really known for. He really is a no-nonsense player against slow bowling.
Sammy Jr. to Thomas. Thomas is forward and just blocks it in front of him, and there's no run, so it remains 65. This is over number 7. Deep square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Sammy Jr. bows to delivery that is hit off the edge past the keeper, and so Thomas will get a single. As in fact, he didn't make any contact, so bye signal, as the total goes to 66 without loss. So 41 to Sylvester, and I think that Dwight Thomas has not even gotten into double figures. If anything, he might just be on 10, and it's really been a dominant Julian Sylvester that we have seen. 66 without loss. This is over number 7, so they are scoring at a good clip. Delivery that is whipped away, or attempt to do so. It goes to the mid-wicket fielder who comes off the boundary, and an awkward return coming into Noel Leo to end a productive 7th over for the Soufriere Stumpers. At the end of it, they've gone to 67 without loss.
Yes, Darren Sammy Jr. would have returned to the island coming into this big final, and much would have been expected of him, and he did make some significant contributions to this Micoud Eagles team on their way to the finals. But he came in for a beating on the pitch and a scolding on the boundary from his father, unable to really land that ball in the appropriate area to prevent run scoring, and that has really brought up the confidence of Julian Sylvester. Remember, we would have discussed that he would have been the missing piece of the Soufriere batting puzzle. He would have been the batter who had not contributed anything of significance all tournament long, but come up the hour, come up the man this year, and he's really stamping his authority on this final.
So Sammy Jr. actually coming in for Kristen Jules, who played in the semi-finals. So that's the change, the solitary change for Monrepo. Correction for Micoud Eagles. So first numbers scoring at 9.57, as Darren Sammy is going to introduce himself. And we saw him in the semi-final, very slow through the air. Let's see what he does today. And he starts with his usual cagey self, botting the approach, and maybe looking to see what Sylvester is planning to do. Sammy comes in, bows to Sylvester. Sylvester lost that down to, it will fall safely to the man coming off the boundary at long off, who elects to take it on the bounce. So Sylvester with the single will go to 42, 68 without loss. Noticeable here that Sammy is not as slow as he was against Monrepo. He was very, very slow through the air, and it proved to be successful. He picked up 4 wickets and was the man who really broke the back of the Monrepo Pioneers batting. So
he really teased and toyed with the batters on that occasion.
Yes, he's going to be bowling now to Thomas as he moves in. Bows to Thomas, flighted delivery. Thomas lofts that out towards the offside and caught at long off. Thomas very early drowning in Darren Sammy honey and holding out to the man Sammy of the Merlin variety, I think, was come to take that catch off the boundary. So success once again for Darren Sammy, lofting, in fact flighting a ball on the off stump, and a big drive from Thomas, not successful, caught at long off of the bowling of Darren Sammy. So the Micoud Eagles, they pick up their first wicket. Soufriere Stumpers in the 8th over, 68 for 1.
It's the end to a very good opening partnership. And as we saw in the previous game, Darren Sammy having immediate impact on the game. And although just 2 deliveries, you could clearly see that this man is a strategist, knowing that he was bowling to Sylvester, who was in some good hitting form. He really put some pace on that delivery. But when he came up against Dwight Thomas, he's not known to be someone with immense power. So Darren Sammy just taunting him with one of those slow and flighted deliveries. And Dwight Thomas, as you said, just falling for the trap, drowning in the honey. The man who Soufriere was looking to capitalize and stamp his authority on this final has gone. But that brings in Extas Emmanuel, is the leading run scorer for this Soufriere team.
So Extas Emmanuel has come in with the very bright orange shoes as a first delivery. Well, it doesn't actually come. Sammy, as he tends to do now, not coming through, just observing, trying to pick up information as to what the batter is likely to do against him. Sammy round the wicket to Emmanuel, who goes back. Once a single, it's not on. The keeper is quickly onto it in the short mid-wicket, short square leg position. Sammy versus Monrepo Pioneers in the semi-finals. 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 22. So he was very impactful as he comes in, bows to Emmanuel, flighted delivery. Emmanuel is playing that across the line. It goes airborne, but will fall safely in the square leg region, and he will get off the mark as the total goes with the single to 69. 69 for 1, the wicket of Thomas. I said that Extas Emmanuel has orange shoes. So does Sylvester. The practice of Extas has spread, you would have to say, in the Soufriere team. In the previous games, he was the only person with that very bright color in his footwear. Delivery that's lofted, that's gone big, that's gone a long way. Maximum over, long on. A big shot from Sylvester, got onto that nicely and lifted it high and handsomely over the head of the man at long on for 6. He gets his third maximum, I make it, as he pushes the score to 75, and he's gone to 49 with that 6.
Yes, and the moment the slower bowlers have been introduced, we have seen the potency of Julian Sylvester. He's really coming into his own in this final here tonight.
Sammy to Sylvester. Sylvester is letting it go. It's a little wide of off stump. And into the gloves of Leo to complete the over. A successful one for Darren Sammy of Dwight Thomas as the 8th over is completed. It is 75 for 1 with Extas Emmanuel on 1. And Julian Sylvester is 49.
Yes, and I was wondering at what point Darren Sammy would introduce his strike weapon, Tyler Sukwa. Tyler Sukwa is actually the leading wicket taker in this tournament. There are actually 4 men tied on 8 wickets apiece, with Sukwa being second on the charts in terms of his economy and strike rate. But Sukwa has stamped his prowess really on this tournament, and has been a revelation for this Micoud Eagles team. He's brought control and presented Darren Sammy with what he has needed when he has needed it, and he would need to deliver tonight.
Absolutely. In the semi-finals, 3.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Actually, he left the field because of cramps. Delivery that is outside the off stump as he starts. Extas Emmanuel is just wafting at it outside that off stump. So Tyler Sukwa would want to put the bout of cramps behind him tonight. But as you said, he was on song in the semi-finals. 3 overs on 1 balls and 1 ball. No maidens, 1 for 10. Sukwa moves into Emmanuel. Emmanuel is driving. It will find a gap out towards the extra cover boundary, but good work by the man from inside the circle. he will keep them down to 2. So couple that takes Exodus Emmanuel to 3, 77 for 1. So this here, Jamal in the 9th over, 77 for 1. This has the makings of a good total, befitting a final. It's all potential stuff. Of course, it could all change, but so far so good for Soufriere Stumpers. Sukwat to Exodus Emmanuel, looking to play a big drive to a ball outside the off stump, looking to maybe lift it over the onside. Doesn't make contact. A dot ball, 77 for 1. This is the 9th over, so a good platform for the Soufriere Stumpers.
Definitely is, but you can see that Exodus Emmanuel is really eyeing that gap, the acreage of space out at deep mid-wicket.
Sukwa to Emmanuel, plays loftedly into the offside and will fall safely. My word, the 2 fielders converging on it, but it was the man at mid-off on the edge of the circle who came forward. A little too slow for Darren Sammy's liking. And, well, Exodus Emmanuel gets alive. He had put himself well outside the off stump to maybe access the onside, but as it is, he gets a bit of a let off as the total with the single goes to 78 for 1.
Yes, that really required a dive from one of the fielders, but I think that would have proved quite dangerous. But I think the catch belongs to Sanjay Bamfield.
As Sukwa bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester looking to drive. The delivery is full. It's on about off stump, but it's angled across him. And it goes low down to be taken by the keeper.
Yes, and it's good assessment from Sukwa. He would have realized that Sylvester has shown some weakness outside the line of the off stump. He tried that drive, but his foot was outside the line of leg stump.
Sukwa goes away from us, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester turns it very fine out towards the boundary. It's being pursued, but will be picked up by the man from inside the circle as the return comes back. But Sylvester is back for 2 to complete his half century. So leg by. Oh my word, my bad. So coming off the pad, so he remains on 49, but the total going up by 2 at the end of the 9th. So 80 for 1 with Julian Sylvester poised on a half century. 50, well, just on the cusp of it. 50, 49 he is. It is 80 for 1 after 9.
Yes, and Tyler Sukwa continuing the good work really that he would have had in the previous game. Not able to pick up the wicket just yet, but bringing some calm and some control to skipper Darren Sammy. He would have assessed Sylvester quite well and keeping him outside the line of the off stump. But in comes Darren Sammy again with those very, very slow deliveries, teasing the ego of the batters.
Delivery that is looking to sweep Exodus Emmanuel does so, and 1 taken. Any signal from the umpire? None, so a bit of bat on that. As Soufriere Stumpers will get 1, the total going to 81. They're scoring at 8.8 per over. The left-handed Sylvester on 49. Wait, Sammy bowls a faster delivery to him. He pushes into the offside, but straight to Pamphil on the edge of the circle at point. So he remains on 49. Sammy adjusting the field on the offside, sending the deep extra cover to his left and bringing the man at extra cover to his right. Delivery that is lofted out towards the field. It will fall safely on the bounce, and it will present Sylvester with the single he needs to go to his half century. So 50 for Julian Sylvester as he takes the team's total to 82 for 1 and gets a little handshake from Exodus Emmanuel to celebrate what has been a good note, Jamal James.
A well-deserved half century from Sylvester. I don't think coming into this game he would have been a factor for the Micoud Eagles.
Delivery that is turned by Extus Emmanuel, and it goes to the backward square field that there's no run. But it's been an interesting innings, an innings of two halves. He struggled against the seam, but he has really prospered against the slower stuff. As Sammy comes in, bowls to Extus Emmanuel, looking to sweep, doesn't make contact, wide call by the umpire. Umpire Ashby spreading the arms, one more to the total, 83 for one. This is over number 10. Sami from the south bowls to Emmanuel. Emmanuel lofts that out towards long on. It will fall safely as the man coming off the boundary a little slow, and the return will come into the non-striker's end and necessitating a dive from Extus Emmanuel. No, a dive from Sylvester. He is successful as Emmanuel getting 2 to take the team's total to 85 for 1. Soufriere Stumpers. This is midway in the 10th over. Soufriere deciding to bat after they won the toss. Sami to Extus Emmanuel backing away, and the ball's been whipped off by the keeper. But what's that? Are they celebrating? Not out, says the umpire, but we have come to the halfway stage of the innings. So Soufriere Stumpers, after 10 overs, they won the toss and decided to bat. They have gone to 85 for 1. Good effort for themselves with Julian Sylvester 50 not out, the wicket of Dwight Thomas going. So all in all, Jamal James, your take on what we have seen in the SPL final so far for 2023? These two teams looking for glory. It looks like the Soufriere Stumpers, maybe they've gotten themselves a little in front at the halfway mark.
Yes, the pendulum of favor is swinging both ways here. Earlier on, you would have said that Darren Sammy and his Eagles would have kept good control over the batters with the pace and aggression, the hostility from Chauvin Leo banging that ball into the surface, getting it to rear up at the batters' necks and going near the faces. And Sylvester really looked uncomfortable against the pace. And Dwight Thomas, although being the man of the match in the previous game, was unable to showcase the prowess that he did in the previous game. So Darren Sam and his men would have had the better of that. But as soon as the spin was introduced, you saw Julian Sylvester taking off the helmet and taking out all of his frustrations from his non-performance in the tournament thus far. And from ball 1, lofted Sammy Jr. for 6. Ball 2, 6 again. Ball 3, a boundary, 4 runs. 1 bounce just before it skipped over the rope. And since then, we have not seen another over from Darren Sammy Jr. And Sylvester now sits well poised on 50 not out. And we would have mentioned that coming into this game, he would have really been a non-factor, so to speak, for the Micoud Eagles in light of his non-performance thus far. But living up to his reputation as a big hitter, a clean striker of the cricket ball, he has done well thus far, and the Soufriere team would be hoping that he would continue, because the bowling really has been their strength, and they would have wanted to have had the first knock in the blissful batting conditions at the Darren Sammy, and so far things are in their favor. But Darren Sammy, certainly he would have the inspiration and the tactics to rally his Micoud Eagles to try to get the better of this second half.
Indeed, but at 85 for 1 at the halfway mark, the Soufriere Stumpers perhaps would really be looking forward to the second half of the innings with the likes of Mesmin, Tisson, Bronte Best to come. They would certainly be fancying their chances to get to total close to the 200 mark. So we'll have to wait and see as Tyler Sukwa will come up for his second over number 11. So, and he's going to be bowling to the main man so far, Julian Sylvester. Delivery that is into the pad and turned away. But Sukwa coming quickly across in front of the mid-wicket field. And there's no run. So Dwight Thomas, the man being dismissed, caught Mullen Sammy bowled Darren Sammy for 10, 69 for 1. So this was a good start between Sylvester and Thomas. Sukwa with an angular run goes away from us, bowls to Sylvester. Sylvester gets a good delivery, back of a length, will get a good single as it goes to Sammy. Even stops before Sammy gets to it, but the single well on, no difficulty with that. Nicely weighed stroke, giving the batsman enough time to take the single.
Yes, thus far Tyler Sukwa seems unperturbed by the leakage of runs from his teammates. He has bowled the appropriate length to keep things relatively quiet, and batters can only get singles off of his bowling thus far.
Sukwa moving into Ecstasy Manuel, delivery that is outside the off stump, and Emmanuel with absolutely no foot movement, just swings the bat, and the ball goes into the gloves of the keeper. So the total remaining at 86, is that 86? Jamal, your pair of eyes are younger than mine. 86? It is 86 for 1 as Sukwa comes into Emmanuel being cheeky, a ball going in the air and to be caught by the keeper. So Emmanuel top edging to keeper Noel Leo off the bowling of Sukwa to give him his first wicket, and Ecstasy Emmanuel losing his wicket as he goes caught. Leo bowls Sukwa, and in the 11th over, the Soufriere Stumpers, they have lost their second wicket, and the score is 86.
And with that wicket, Tyler Sukwa leaps all others to become the leading wicket taker in this tournament. And we would have mentioned that there would have been some heavy bleeding in terms of runs, the run leakage at the other end, but Tyler Sukwa has really kept things quiet. He seems to be the man to know what's required to keep things quiet, and he has contributed wickets every time that Darren Sammy has turned to him. And this shot here from Ecstasy Manuel, one that he generally plays very well, but tonight on this surface, given the pace and bounce on offer, one that I felt was ill-advised and lost his wicket. But that brings in the inspirational leader of this Soufriere Stumpers team, Shanai Mesmin, to the wicket.
Indeed. So Mesmin comes in and he joins Julian Sylvester. So 86 for 2 as Sukwa will come in. And so we've got a change as well. So Jamal James takes a break, and Greg Wilson is coming into the expert chair. Delivery that is into the pad and played up on the onside straight to Darren Sammy, and there's no run. We say good night to Greg Wilson. How do you see it, Greg?
Good evening, Claudius, and good evening to our viewers. I think at this point in time, I think the Stumpers, they definitely would have their nose ahead.
So Sukwa will move in again. Julian Sylvester having a little difficulty with the helmet. He will maybe just hold it in his hand at the non-striker's end for now. Sukwa coming in, bows to Mesmin. Mesmin gets a good back of a length delivery, can't score. Has to go back and ride it. It's bouncing, and he plays it into the onside to complete a successful over for Tyler Sukwa, the 11th of the innings. At the end of it, the Soufriere Stumpers, they are 86 for 2.
Yes, beautiful over there, completed by Tyler Suka, picking up the wicket of Ecstasy Manuel. Rogers in the process of only conceding 1 run, so the most economical over so far in the inning for the Micoud Eagles. And as they usually say, something usually happens after the water break, and immediately after the water break we saw Ecstasy Manuel just looking to be a little too cute there, going outside of the off stump, looking to lap one, getting the top edge and presenting a relatively easy catch to wicketkeeper Noah Leo.
Yeah, Greg, I just thought that he was a little too mobile at the crease and tended to be a little trying too many things when maybe what was required was to be a much more orthodox in providing support to Sylvester. Sammy starts over number 12, wide, flat, outside the off stump, and called wide by umpire Ashby, as the total goes up by 1 to 87 for 2. Sammy round the wicket to Sylvester. Sylvester is lofting that out towards the offside. It will fall safely just on the edge of the circle, and they'll come back for the second. The return comes to hits the stumps at the ball at the striker's end. They're looking at umpire Mafre, but umpire Mafre is not going to respond. Certainly not in the affirmative. And but a good work by the man. Who's that? That looks like, was it Shelvin Charles, who broke the stumps with a direct hit, but it seemed that Sylvester had already arrived safely. So 2 to Sylvester, as the total going to 89 for 2, but great work by Shelvin Charles with a direct hit from extra cover.
Yes, good work indeed there by Shelvin Charles on this occasion. Claudius, perhaps for the first time, we see that Jordan Sylvester is hitting the ball and it's basically falling very stiff, really evading the fielders.
Yes, he has had it all his way over the past few overs. Delivery that he's tugging out towards long on. The fielder comes off the boundary and sends the return to Sammy. 1 more to Sylvester, as the total goes to 90 for 2. This is over number 12. Janai Mesmin will take strike, so one captain to the other. Sammy will bowl to the right-handed Janai Mesmin. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Sammy with a shortish run, couple of steps, comes in, bowls to Mesmin. Mesmin is looking to swing, a big appeal and given. That looked to be straight, and maybe a bit of a misjudgment from Janai Mesmin, playing across the line and being adjudged in front by umpire Ashby. So a big blow struck by Darren Sammy, getting his opposite number. Janai Mesmin going LBW Darren Sammy. And in the 12th over, the Soufriere Stumpers, they are 3 for 90.
Yes, good blow there struck by Sammy. But on this occasion, I guess I think Mesmin perhaps may have premeditated the shot. If you look at carefully, this one was a bit flatter and faster from Sammy, never really given the sort of loop that he gave the previous deliveries. And Mesmin looking to play a cross-batted shot, although he did indicate to the umpire he got a bit of bat, but the dreaded finger had already gone up and he had to make his way back to the dugout.
Yes, unfortunate for the Soufriere Stumpers captain, but he's the sort of figure that is going to put that behind him very quickly and rally behind the team. We have seen him really marshal his troops very nicely, and I would say that his contribution has been very significant in putting Soufriere Stumpers in the finals. But for now, he'll have to spectate and add support from the dressing room. First delivery, the new batsman is playing that on the onside to get off the mark. Tennessee Hippolyte, the keeper, so he's immediately off the mark, taking the total to 91 for 3. Sammy will now bowl to Sylvester, Sammy round the wicket to Sylvester. Sylvester is driving aerially out towards deep extra cover, and the catch, is that taken, put down? Oh, that wasn't so difficult. The fielder coming off the deep extra cover or wide long off boundary got to it. The ball was dropping and it actually dropped to the floor. 92 for 3 as they took one. A life for Julian Sylvester. Sammy obviously not happy. And Kimbo at the top of his mark as Tennessee Hippolyte will be in strike.
The culprit might have been Zachary Edmonds.
Mr. Edmond not able to hold on. Sammy will come in to Hippolyte. Hippolyte gets a delivery that is very slow through the air. And it eludes him outside the off stump, and the over is completed. Another successful one for Darren Sammy, the 12th of the innings. At the end of it, 92 for 3. That's the latest at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This is SPL T20, the final for 2023.
Yes, Claudius, it looks like the Eagles are basically throwing the way back into the game. One would certainly say the first half would have belonged to the Stumpers, where they would have gotten some 85 for 1. But since after the resumption of the drinks break, they really have not continued with the sort of momentum they had prior to the break, and they have lost 2 wickets in 2 overs.
As Sammy brings back Pamphil, who comes in now from the north, bowls very wide to Sylvester, and so the 13th over is starting with a wide, 1 to the total. It goes to 93 for 3. So a lot depending on Julian Sylvester. He didn't start all that well, but he's got a start and he has to bat through. Pamphil to Sylvester. Sylvester is driving outside the off stump. Full delivery. Wide of off stump and not able to make contact. And the ball being picked up by the keeper. So this is over number 13. So 7 after this one. I'll ask you to project, Greg, to see maybe how many they can get. Delivery that is lofted out towards backward square leg all the way. 6 runs for Julian Sylvester. Loose delivery down the leg side and put away nicely and effectively taking the total to 99 for 3. And when the bad balls have come, they have been put away by Julian Sylvester.
Yes,
he goes to 61 now.
Certainly this one was a buffet delivery. Help yourself, which he did.
Pamphil to Sylvester. Sylvester, big drive outside the off stump, missing. And into the gloves of the keeper.
Yes, basically the Julian Sylvester show this evening. I think extras would have been second top score. A healthy 22.
Yes, in fact, nobody else has reached double figures. Pamphil moving in, balls to Sylvester. Sylvester is driving, and is that caught? Yes, caught at the point. So Julian Sylvester getting his wicket fallen there. Delivery that was pitched up and driven into the offside, but at that point, Darren Sammy Jr. taking the catch. And a bit of a strange celebration, running towards the boundary, maybe in front of his supporters in the Johnson Charles stand.
I don't think you saw what happened.
And are you suggesting that the catch was not quite completed?
No, he took the catch, and in the celebration, the exuberance, when he tossed the ball, it went all the way back. Now, he was chasing the ball to prevent it from going to the boundaries. I don't know how that would have been registered. This is what really happened there. When you saw Darren Sammy Jr. running backwards, he was going towards the ball because the ball was traveling towards the boundary.
But why be so keen to pull the ball back if you have taken the catch? The ball is dead.
No, that's what was interesting to me, because as soon as he caught the ball, I saw he attempted to throw the ball up, but the ball went towards the direction of the boundary. Now he was chasing the ball. So why would you? If the catch was completed.
Interesting. So maybe there's a case to argue that the catch was not completed because he didn't have full control. Anyway, first delivery as delivery that is wide of off stump but not called. So Sylvester has been dismissed for 61. So it's 99 now for 4.
Kevin Gassi is at the wicket.
Kevin Gassi, the new batsman, as a fill goes in balls to Gassi. Gassi, the left-hander, is getting that ball through the legs of Darren Sammy Jr., who will concede 2, in fact, as they come back. So Gassi getting off the mark as the 100 coming up for the Soufriere Stumpers. So 101 for 4. The 13th over is completed, and a 13th over, Greg Wilson, that was very eventful. We saw the dismissal of Julian Sylvester, a good knock from him, but quite interesting the way that he eventually was dismissed.
Yes, ball wide outside the off stump, really. A ball he should have really through the kitchen sink at, but did not get the sort of contact that we would have wanted, and presented a straightforward catch to Darren Sammy Jr. Again, Claudius, it's worth noting that the 3 overs after the resumption of the drinks break, they have lost a wicket in every over, so certainly not a good position they are finding themselves in.
So Tennessee Hippolyte starts. Sammy starts to Tennessee Hippolyte and bows a flighted, loopy, slow delivery that somehow Tennessee Hippolyte misses. Sammy again, faster, quicker delivery, struck on the pad and given out. LBW. Hippolyte looking to work it on the onside and has been adjudged. LBW to Darren Sammy, who picks up another wicket here. Tennessee Hippolyte going. LBW Sammy for 3 at the start of the 14th over. The Soufriere Stumpers beginning to struggle here. They have now been reduced to 101 for 5.
Yes, I think Darren Sammy really outfoxed Tennessee Hippolyte. Claudius, the previous delivery, it was a really slow, loopy delivery, and you did describe it. And the follow-up delivery, he really pushed it through really fast and flat, and it's almost an identical delivery that got Shanai Mesmin. So clearly you could see a bit of thinking is going into Sammy's bowling, where he's just luring them into a false sense of security with those slow, loopy deliveries.
So Sammy continuing to pick up wickets. That's his 3rd, and this is to follow his semi-finals performance. 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 22. He's picked up 3 here already. He's got 3 for as Bradley Tison comes in. 3 for 19. Sammy, this is his 3rd over, or is it his 4th? His 4th as he comes in. Tison not quite happy, pulls away, so that would be signal dead ball. So Fresh Stumpers, they were 69 without loss, now gone to 5 for 101. Sammy comes in, bowls to gets a very, very slow delivery and plays it out to square leg. They want 2, but it's not on. Good throw comes in, and it's a good thing that they didn't decide to go for it. So 1 more to the total. Tison gets off the mark, 102 for 5. But Sammy is very clear. He's bowling 2 deliveries, very, very slow, and then he pushes the others through. And he's proving to be quite a handful, as Gassi will now come to strike. Sammy round the wicket, bowls to Gassi. Gassi is driving inside the edge, will want to single, will get it, as Sammy is not as athletic as he used to be, so he's not able to really pounce on that and get the return in. 1 more to the total, 103 for 5. The right-handed Tison comes in to strike. Sammy bowls to Tison. Tison is playing it up to Straight dish mid wicket. Pumfield comes across to his left to field, no run. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Sammy lofted delivery out towards long on, catch taken straight into the lap of the man at long on. Sammy gets another one, a loopy delivery hanging in the air and tempting the batsman. They're all falling for it. A big drive from Tison finding the man at long on to bring Darren Sammy his 4th wicket. Soufriere sliding further, 103 for 6. Tison going off the bowling of Darren Sammy, caught at long on for 3.
Yes, the end of a very successful over for Darren Sammy and a successful spell as well. Really, one would say the wheels are really coming off there for the Soufriere Stumpers. This last over from Sammy losing some 2 wickets in the over. So the 11th over, they scored 1 run and lost a wicket. The 12th over, Claudius, 6 runs, they lost an additional wicket. The 13th over, they scored 9 runs and lost 1 wicket. And in the 14th over, scored 2 runs and lost 2 wickets.
Wow, Darren Sammy finishes 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 21. And this is to follow his semi-final performance, 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 22. And slow, hanging, loopy deliveries proving to be very successful. But to be fair, Sammy has also picked up 2 wickets today, LBWs, with faster deliveries. So a nice even split, 2 from slow deliveries, 2 from faster deliveries. Sukwa starts a new over, bowls to Gassi with a slash at it outside the off stump, does not make contact. The new batsman, is that Prosper or is that Monroe's? Number 12. Let's look at that from our sheet. Number 12.
No, that's the one for Eagles.
Soufriere Stumpers. Get you the new batter. Darius Monroe's. But it's Gassi who's in strike, the left-hander. Return coming in. Direct hit missing the stumps at the striker's end. It was played straight to Sammy Jr. at point. And they ran for the single. And had Sammy hit that, you think that it would have been a very close thing. As it is, Gassi gets 1, taking the total to 104 for 6. This is over number 15. Sukwa will move in now to Monroe's. Darius Monroe's, who is in strike, right-hander. Sukwa from the northern end, bowls to Monroe's. Monroe's is inside edge, a big appeal. Umpire says no, as catch taken by the keeper Noel Leo, who threw it high in the air in celebration. But umpire Philip Maffrey saying that brushed some part of his body, maybe the thigh, the waist. But a good delivery from Sukwa, it cut back, and with the bounce it went through the batsman. So dot ball registered 104 for 6. This is over number 15. Sukwa looking for more wickets as he goes away from us. Most to Monroe's. Monroe's turns that away from the keeper and towards the boundary, and it will reach it now at long leg. A good shot from Monroe's, got inside of it nicely. And well, umpire saying that didn't come from bat. I thought it came from bat, but umpire saying leg by, and I'm not seeing too much disappointment from Monroe's. So it looks like it did come off the thigh pad, but it's a boundary for Soufriere, much needed, as the total goes to 108 for 6. Sukwa continues, bowls to Monroe's. Monroe's is back, plays to backward point. Sammy Jr. is in the way, and there's no run. So the the scoring tempo has dried up, has really gone flat for the Soufriere Stumpers. They are going pretty well when Julian Sylvester was hitting boundaries and hitting maximums, but that has changed quickly in recent overs. Sukwa moving in, goes to Monrose. Monrose is driving out towards the backward point. The loose return comes in and they will get a second run as it is backed up from the man coming from the long on region. So 2 taken as the over is completed, the 15th of the innings, and at the end of it, the Soufriere Stumpers, they are 110 for 6. They've still got 5 overs left, 4 wickets remaining, and what looked to be having the potential to be close to the 200s. They will do well, Greg Wilson, to get to 150.
Yes, certainly they will do very well.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Out of over number 16, Pamphil bowls down the leg side. But umpire says that's okay. So 110 for 6. Gassi waits as Pamphil moves in to this delivery, is looking to whip that a little wider down the leg side. This time the umpire says that's wide, and the total going up to 111, 111 for 6. So these two, Gassi and Monrose, needing to push things along. Round the wicket now, Pamphil bowls to Gassi, driving nicely straight to Sammy, who will pick up and allow the single. It was on. And more to the total, 112 for 6. As with the single, this is over number 16. The Soufriere Stumpers. At one stage 69 for 1, but losing wickets steadily. Pamphil bowls to Monrose. Monrose plays into the offside, will get a single to take the total to 113 for 6. So 69 for 1 when Dwight Thomas went. 86 for 2. Ecstasy Manuel was caught Leo bowled Sukwa 7. 90 for 3, Mesmin LBW Sami for a duck. Delivery that Gassi's driving or attempting to drive. It comes off the inner portion of the bat, but will get himself a single to short square leg position. 114 for 6. 90 for 3 when Mesmin went. 99 for 4, Sylvester caught Darren Savage Jr. ball Pamphil 61. 101 for 5, Tennessee Hippolyte, LBW Sami for 3, and 103 for 6, T-Saw going caught on the boundary. Delivery that is tugged by Monrose out towards long on. They've taken 1, they'll come back for the second. The return comes in, but they are able to do it successfully. 2 more to the total, 116 for 6. So these quick succession of wickets, Greg Wilson, they have really set back the Soufriere Stumpers.
Yes, certainly, and more so with the dismissal of Julian Sylvester, who has been the lone scorer for this evening for the Stumpers.
Pamphil to Monrose down the leg side, looking to flick at it. Wide call as he misses. He wants a single, and he's almost halfway down, and saw that there was no response from Gassi, so had to go back quickly.
It would have been interesting to see Gassi respond, because the fielder was right next to the stump.
with the wide, 117 for 6. Soufriere Nidin, some big overs. We haven't seen much scoring from them of late. Pamphil to Monrose. Monrose is playing it out towards Sammy on the edge of the square at mid-wicket. 1 taken. 118 as the 16th is completed. At the end of it, 118 for 6. The Soufriere Stumpers, they've got 4 overs left. And they need boundaries, boundaries, and more boundaries.
Yes, certainly very slow going after the resumption of the drinks break glorious. In the 6 overs that have been bowled, we have not had 1 over in where the Stumpers, they have scored double figures. The most they have scored in 1 over is 9, and that would have been in the 14th over. So really the Eagles, they have applied the brakes on the score and really halted the sort of quick pace that they had earlier in the inning when Julian Sylvester was at the wickets.
So over number 17 now being started. Chauvin Leo comes back. He had 2 overs at the start and he has had 3, so his final over. Delivery that is short, outside off stump. Monroe's looking to hit that somewhere, maybe over long on, and doesn't make contact, and so the total remains 118 for 6. This is SPL T20 final for 2023. Soufriere Stumpers versus the Micoud Eagles. Leo moving in, bowls to Monrose. Monrose is hitting that, but not getting hold of it. It pops up into the air and drops down at the short point position. 1 more to him. 119 for 6. And the Soufriere Stumpers, Greg, just not able to get the ball away into the boundaries, into the boundary to create problems for the Micoud Eagles. The Micoud Eagles are having it all their way over the past maybe 7 overs or so.
Yes, certainly.
Leo will now bowl to the left-handed Gassi. To this delivery, Gassi is playing it into the offside. Tumbling save on the edge of the circle by Sammy Jr. restricts them to 120 for 6. It's a series of singles.
Yes, and singles really at this point in time not going to help their cause. They need to find a few boundaries. They need to get the score close to 140.
Leo moving away from us. Bowls to Monrose. Monrose to this delivery is lofting it out towards the onside. It will fall safe. And it will be picked up by Sammy, who's coming from I think that's Lance Sammy, coming from the long on region into the mid-wicket region. And so they take 2 to Monrose. The total going to 122. Monrose going into double figures, 122 for 6. So the couple there is welcomed, but Monrose needs to find the boundary and even go over it. Leo moving in to Monrose. Monrose is back, but can only get 1 as he plays to Sammy Jr. at backward point. The total with the single 123 for 6. Over number 17 in progress. Leo about to complete his spell. He is considered 22 so far. No wicket for him. He will be bowling to the left-handed Gassi to this delivery. Back plays and caught. Yes, easy catch to Sammy Jr. Delivery that was short and almost being guided for catching practice to Sammy Jr., who came forward to accept it gleefully. So another catch taken by Sammy Jr., the 7th wicket for the Soufriere Stumpers going down. Gassi caught Sammy Jr., bowls Chauvin Leo, and in the 17th over at the end of it, the Soufriere Stumpers 7 for 123.
The end of a successful over for Chauvin Leo. So yes, I think he really deserved a wicket in this spell. He had a few wides, and if memory serves me right, he was only struck for one boundary in his spell. Really cramped most of the batters for room, and even that last delivery, you had young Gassi really did not have the room to really free his arms, really looking to run the ball down to the fourth man region, but the ball really came back at him, and he was only successful in just guiding it straight to Darren Summit Jr., which was a relatively straightforward catch. So the woes of the Stumpers continue, really losing the 7th wicket. So certainly with 3 overs left, they would do very well to get close to 140. Remember, the winning total for both teams in the semi-final was 138, so perhaps there's a need to get to that 148 mark.
So Bronte Bess is the man who has come in, but it's Jonas to start over number 18, and he will be bowling to Monrose as Jonas comes in, bowls to Monrose, who plays into the offside for 124 now for 7. So Bronte Bess, strongly built left-hander, an opportunity for him to find a boundary, because at 124 for 7 in the 18th, you just get the impression that they need a little more. And Bronte Bess has the looks about him, has the ability to find the boundary, and needs to do so if Soufriere can have a proper chance. Delivery that is lofted out towards long on. The fielder elects to take it on the bounce, and just they take the 1. Best gets off the mark, 125 for 7. Lucky there for him, didn't really get hold of it, and so not presenting a catch, a straightforward catch to long on, who had to really dive to make a catch of it. Didn't do so. Jonas to Monrose. Monrose edging past the keeper and will be mopped up by Tyler Sukwa at the 3rd man position, who comes to his left. So just 1. Monrose getting 1. Maybe just remonstrating there with Best a little bit to come back for the second, or that he should have come back for the second. But I think Best wants to be in strike. He is in strike now, and he will face Jonas, 126 for 7. Jonas to Best. Best is essaying a big drive at it, but it's too wide of the off stump for that type of stroke. But he gets the wide call. 1 more to the total, 127 for 7. This is over number 18.
Yes, Best certainly needs to get back to ball.
Jonas to Best. Best gets another wide one, called wide. So 1 more to the total, 128 for 7.
Yes, and the total extras continue to present a healthy total. Claudius, it has moved on to 30 now.
Jonas to Best. Best is playing that fine. Beats Sukwa inside the circle, and Sukwa might just pull it back. No, he's not able. Does a bit of football, and will now get the return back in. Question is whether, yes, he's now signaling, credit to him, that it did touch the rope. So 132 for 7 as a boundary to Best, getting that away from the keeper and into the boundary for 4. So a useful boundary for Soufriere. They need plenty more of those, as Jonas will continue. Bowls to Best. Best is driving along the ground past Jonas. The long off will come towards it and pick up and throw back to Jonas, but they have time to take 2 to take the total to 134 for 7. Best going to 9 with this couple. Jonas to complete the 18th. Moves in, bowls to Best. Best is looking to hoik that swing that is hit on the body, is flat down, maybe hit in that very delicate part of the anatomy, is flat on the pitch as he's getting some assistance from the Micoud Eagles players. Assistance comes from the dressing room as well. The 18th over is completed as Bess is writhing in pain on his back on the floor and just holding that midsection. And we all know that could be very painful. He's up on his feet now, and so 134 for 7, 18 completed.
There's the end of a successful over there for the Soufriere Stumpers. Some 11 runs coming off the over, Claudia. So one would hope that the next two, if they could continue to score perhaps 11 and over, that would get them well over 150, and it would make it a very competitive score. Because on the wicket, so far we have seen the faster bowlers, they bowl very well. And if you know, Soufriere is one of the very, well, I would say the only team in the tournament who basically the bowling attack does not comprise a spinner.
Yes, so the likes of St. Rose, Mesmin, they would certainly need a decent total to bowl at. It's only 134 now, but they could push it to 150, 160. Sukwa starts over number 19, and a big drive from Monrose is unsuccessful. The ball going between his pad and the leg stump. So a dot ball by Sukwa to start over number 19. So 11 deliveries left in the innings. They could push it to
at least 150.
Yeah, 150, 160. That can be interesting. So it's not going to be a walk in the park for Micoud Eagles. Delivery that is back of a length and a swing of the bat from Monrose misses. The ball going over the stumps to Leo. So Sukwa can maybe count himself lucky to have gotten away with 2 dot balls, Greg Wilson, at the start of the 19th.
I think at this point in time, the Stumpers shouldn't shock that there isn't any dot deliveries. If you can't put it over the boundary, at least get yourself a single.
Sukwa to Monrose. Monrose is, we're going to be a run out or missed by Tyler Sukwa. Well, he had a sight of all 3 stumps. The ball coming towards him in the follow through, and Sukwa, I think he could have probably even run to the stumps to break them
on the arm.
Or on the arm. He chose the violent approach and missed, and batters got 135 for 7 as the left-handed Monrose, the left-handed who's that? Bronte Best, correction. Yeah, Best in strike. He comes into strike. Sukwa to Best is driving out towards the offside. Sukwa is in chase. They will think of the second. They take it as Sammy is a little slow in getting to it from the edge of the circle at mid-off. So 2 taken. So good running there. 137 for 7.
Yes, a very good spell there by Tyler Sukwa so far. Yes, he has bowled some 3.4 overs. He has picked up 1 for 10.
So continuing his good work, he had 1 for 10 from 3 overs in the semi-finals. Delivered as driven along the ground by Bronte Best to Lansami at long off. 1 to the total, 138 for 7. 1 delivery left in the 19th. The Soufriere Stumpers, they are pushing along nicely, but doing it in singles and 2s, but just not getting the big boundaries. Sukwa looking to finish well for his team to complete the 19th over. He moves in, goes to delivery. Monrose is hitting hard into his boot, and Sukwa is picking up to complete the over as they take 139 for 7. So 19 overs have been bowled, so 6 deliveries are left in the innings. The Soufriere Stumpers, they are 139 for 7 and needing to maybe push that past 150 into the 160s.
Yes, the end of it. Well done by Tyler Soufriere.
Of the innings being bowled, and it's going to be Ted Jonas who is going to move in to Monroe's, but doesn't move in at all, aborting the delivery in the delivery stride. So 139 for 7. As we told you, Soufriere Stumpers won the toss and they decided to bat. 61 from the bat of Julian Sylvester, the top score so far. A big slash to a short delivery as Ted Jonas starts the 20th and not making contact. That's the type of delivery, Greg, that could be sent sailing over backward point out towards the boundary. Didn't happen. Jonas moving in to Monroe's. Monroe's is lofting that out towards the offside. Pamphile will allow it to fall and then pick up to allow them to take 140 for 7.
Yes, I think it's a good single taken there by Dallas Monroe's, in the sense that you bring the left and the Bronte into strike, and Bronte best would be hitting with the wind, so one would hope that he could make some contact and get a few maximum for his team.
Indeed, 4 deliveries left. Can Bronte best find the boundary? Delivery that is hit into the offside. Tumbling save by Sammy Jr., who has done a lot of work in the outfield. He has stopped balls, he has taken catches. A few have gone through him, but he has always been in the action. And his position has been one that has been heavily used. 141 for 7 with the single. Right-handed Monroe's in strike. Jonas to him. Monroe's is a big drive outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Wide call. But the ball was wide of off stump, and Monroe's looking to swing that somewhere on the mid-wicket region, but that really should be looking to go extra cover to get into the Johnson Charles stand. Jonas again. Monroe's is hitting that backward point out towards the sweeper, who comes around to his left, and they will come back for 2 as the return comes to the keeper. 142 for 7.
Yes, well, yes, 2 additional runs, actually 44. Some 6 away from 150 would make it very competitive. At least psychologically, if they could get to 150, that will do them good.
Jonas moving into Monroe's. Monroe's is advancing and find that the ball is too wide for him to reach. And so wide call by umpire Ashby. 145 for 7. So that makes it 2 deliveries are left. 2 legal deliveries are left in the innings. So an opportunity for Soufriere Stumpers to get to that psychological 150. And we think to present us with a decent game with that type of total. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Micoud Eagles. Jonas to Monroe's. Monroe's driving out to wide extra cover. Straightish mid off. 1 taken. 146 for 7. As Bess, the left-hander, will get the opportunity to face the final delivery of the innings, and if he could hit it over the boundary for 6. Jonas to Bess. Bess is hitting out towards Sammy on the edge the circle at mid-off, just single to complete the over and the innings. So at the end of their 20, the Soufriere Stumpers, they won the toss and decided to bat in the SPL T20 final for 2023. They finished on 147 for 7 with 18 to Monroe's not out, and 148 is the target for the Micoud Eagles as the players take a break at the midpoint of the game. 148, so 7.5 the requirement for the Micoud Eagles. As we've come to the midpoint of this final, Greg, of the SPL 2020 for 2023, T20 for 2023. Your take on the Soufriere Stumpers' effort, 147, your assessment of their effort, and how do you see the response by the Micoud Eagles?
Well, they having won the toss and elected to bat Rogers, I think they would be disappointed with the final total. The halfway stage having been 85 for just the loss of 1 wicket, and to end up on 147 for the loss of 7. And clearly, the only two main contributors that we've had with the bat was the Dalius Monroes and Julian Sylvester. The rest really failed to come to the party, and luckily for them, extras contributed a healthy total of 42 runs. So I think the Eagles would be the happier of the two teams going into the dressing room at the halfway stage. The Stumpers, they would have seen what the bowlers, for the faster bowlers for the Eagles, the sort of line and sort of length, especially Siobhan Leo, where he bowled sort of the back of a length, and especially when he really took the batters for room. So if they could use that sort of a point, and like I did indicate to you early on, Soufriere is perhaps the only team without a spinner in the lineup. So the likes of the captain Shanai Nesmin, Gassi, Dalius Monroes, so if St. Rose. So if they could really bowl the sort of back of a line length, and they need to make early inroads, as we've known, the likes of Shelvin Charles, Mervyn Wells, and even Noel Leo, who got some runs, but also the captain Darren Sammy. So I think these are the four batters. If they could get them early, they could set the cat among the pigeons.
Yes, indeed. So a requirement of about 7.4, 7.5. It promises to be quite interesting, and we think that the game is wide open. So let's take a break and come back when the reply by the Micoud Eagles is in progress. So let's take a break and ask you to join us in a few minutes' time.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backer, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
price for your mobile, when you can pay half. Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What you don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backer. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Like government import for almost from 27, even it's just in the middle gateway.
So, welcome back for the resumption, the reply of the Micoud Eagles. 148 is the target, and they've got 20 overs in which to do that. Chauvin Charles and Moving Wells, they are the men charged with the responsibility of overhauling or arriving at that target to make Micoud Eagles the champions for SPL T20 for 2023. And of course the Soufriere Stumpers, they will have other ideas. So we're about to resume. Jamal James, how do you see it from here on in?
A good total there by the Soufriere Stumpers. You will remember that we've had some close semi-final encounters when the score was in the region of 140. So this could make for an exciting chase. And this is a formidable opening bet. They would have contributed significantly to the journey to the finals. Remember that Moving Wells has the top score thus far, 99 not out. And there was a game where Chauvin Charles at the blue playing field, he was able to carry his bat as the opener and get a score of 85 not out. So these two form one of the more formidable opening pairs in the competition.
As we about to see the start, Chauvin Charles is going to be the man to take first ball, a delivery that is edging down to third man, and that will go into the boundary for 4 ahead of a pursuing Janai Mesmin. So what a start by the Micoud Eagles. Chauvin Charles immediately off the mark, 4 without loss after the very first delivery.
Yes, you have to consider this one as an educated edge, just able to get that gap between the slip fielders. And Janai Mesmin opting to strengthen the boundary riders, dropping that slip surprisingly.
Prospect bows to Charles. Charles gets a delivery that is angled across him and flashes at it outside the off stump and doesn't make contact. So after one delivery, the second slip being removed and posted at third man.
Right, I was just about to ask you, as a fast bowler yourself, you'll be happy with that change made by Captain Mesmin?
Probably not, but at that level, you go with maybe the solitary slip. It's a delivery that is driven by Charles straight to Tissot at mid-off, and there's no run. So they've now settled with the solitary slip and the 2 men out being third man and deep extra cover. So there's point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and the man at the 45-degree angle on the onside. Prosper moving away from us, bows to Charles. Charles is pulling out towards a square leg and into the boundary for 4. So a very brisk start here by Chauvin Charles is quickly onto that and pulling away to the vacant square leg boundary for 4. So second boundary of the over for him, he goes to 8. That's the Micoud Eagles reply. And a good start here by Micoud Eagles and Chauvin Charles.
Chauvin Charles is known for his skill and aggression. You will remember that the Soufriere Stumpers batters were troubled by the pace from the Micoud Eagles, but it will take a lot more than that to trouble the likes of Chauvin Charles.
Prosper moving in bows to Charles. Charles is getting a good delivery on the off stump, comes forward on the walk and plays it up to mid-off. And there is no run. So if you are joining for the first time, our broadcast 147 for 7. This Stumpers got in the innings. So the target is 148.61 from Julian Sylvester, the top scorer. Delivery that is angled across Charles. He comes forward on the walk again and plays it up to extra cover to complete the over. A good one for Micoud Eagles. They are 8 without loss. All the runs coming from the bat of Shervin Charles.
Good start here by the Micoud Eagles. But Claudius, as a fast bowler yourself, you will know that the feel that captain sets for you can sometimes inspire confidence. So I'm sure that the first ball of the day, seeing those 2 slips and the keeper waiting for the edge, and you showed the skill and competence to produce that edge, and this one finally got in between the fielders, and the skipper just removing that fielder and dropping him to the boundary. That could have played a part in the rest of the over, the bowler forcing himself to bowl the ball a bit too straight and erring on that line, and this going in the favor of Shervin Charles, bringing out an aggressive pull shot.
Well, I suppose 148, Mesmin trying to be conservative and wanting to make sure that he doesn't give any easy runs away, but of course he has to take wickets. The additional slip would help in that. St. Rose starts over number 2, comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells gets a good delivery. It's landing on about off stump and just maybe seeming to just move away, and no stroke from Wells. Goes to keeper Tennessee Hippolyte. Solitary slip in Ecstasy Manuel. So 1 slip to St. Rose, and we have seen already in the competition he tends to hit those good areas on about off stump. Comes quickly in, bowls to Wells. Wells gets one that is angled into him, will get off the mark as he plays it to mid-on. And good response from Shervin Charles. So Wells is away, 9 without loss. Over number 2 in progress.
And with that single, moving well, become the joint leading run scorer in this tournament. He joins Sabinas Emmanuel from the Monaco team on a score of 161.
Yes, and as you said, he had that 99 in a preliminary game. St. Rose will move into the left-handed Charles. Charles to this delivery is driving, doesn't get hold of it. Not timing it as it went up to the mid-off fielder. So he remains on 8, 2 boundaries in the previous over. In that Stumpers effort of 147 for 7, 61 to Julian Sylvester, 18 not out to Dalius Monrose. St. Rose comes in, bowls to Charles. Charles is inside edge, through square leg, out towards the boundary. It's been pursued. It will be pulled back. They have taken 2. And the return drives Tennessee Hippolyte away from the stumps. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Shervin Charles. He's 10. The total 11 without loss. This is over number 2. So just the 2 men get into double figures. For Soufriere Stumpers, Sylvester 61, Monrose 18 not out. Sammy 4 for 21. St. Rose bowls to Charles. Charles is looking to pull a peel going up, but really in optimism than any serious expectation of getting a dismissal. The ball being picked up by Monrose, St. Rose correction, in his follow through. So Chevonleo 1 for 22, Pamphil 1 for 27, and Sukwa 1 for 12. Sammy 4 for 21. St. Rose comes in, bowls to Chauvin Charles, pulling out through square leg. It doesn't have the legs to get to the boundary, and it's being picked up by the man from inside the circle who gets the return in. 2 more to Chauvin Charles as he goes to 12 to complete over number 2. At the end of it, in search of that 148, the Micoud Eagles, they are 13 without loss.
We've seen a good start here by these 2 accomplished and experienced opening batters. Clemson Rose bowling a decent over, but I wasn't very convinced with the field set. You would have highlighted the strong breeze going from left to right of your screen and the prodigious movement that it brings for the faster bowlers. But there was no one set back on the leg side, and it will take a great degree of control from Clemson Rose to keep that ball sideline the off stump with that movement on offer. But nonetheless, he did do quite well.
So he's back for his second over. And of course, we are in the power play. And that means for the first 6 overs, only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the 30-yard field restricting circle. They are currently third man and deep square leg. Solitary slip in Mesmin himself. Is a delivery that is angled into Wells. He plays up on the onside, and the ball coming off the pad, now confirmed by the umpire. So leg by call as the single takes the total to 14 without loss. So left hand, right hand opening partnership here. Charles, the left-hander, comes in to strike. And Prosper just looking to get the field right. Mesmin is posting third man and square leg as the 2 fielders outside the circle. He goes to a wide slip position. As delivery, Prosper bowls to Charles. Charles with a waft at that outside the off stump. No feet involved on this occasion. And the ball going past the edge and into the gloves of Hippolyte. Prosper looking maybe to throw that a little wide with the angle to bring Mesmin and slip into play. Prosper at the top of his mark will go away from us again. Goes to Charles. Charles to this delivery is driving along the ground out towards the edge of the circle, a little beyond it actually, as a T-song comes from mid-off to complete the fielding. 1 more to Charles. He goes to 13, I make it 13, and the total 15 without loss. The right-handed Wells comes now into strike, and the basic field remains with third man and deep square leg. The 2 fielders edge past the diving fielder at the slip position. Well, not quite a dive, sort of a movement to his right by Mesmin. It was airborne away from him, and too fine for the wide third man to come around to pick it up. So another boundary to the Micoud Eagles. This time it's off the bat of, really from the edge, the outer portion of the bat of Mervyn Wells' bat. And the total going to 19 without loss. And with that shot, Mesmin posts himself even wider at slip. As Prosper moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells looking to pull, does so, but good tumbling work by the fielder at the, looks like Monroe's, at the mid-wicket position on the bounce. And Mervyn Wells is not able to score. 19 without loss. At the start, the Micoud Eagles had to go at 7.5. Still, that's the required rate. They're currently scoring at 6.7. As a delivery that Wells is walking across and playing quietly back along the offside of the track for the bowler to field to complete over number 3. So at the end of 319 without loss, Micoud Eagles effort.
We would have discussed it in the first over, the presence or the absence now of the second slip that Shania Nesmith would have posted. And I just got that feeling that something would have happened in that region. Prospect, coming into this game, he was the joint leading wicket taker of his tournament, so he would have been the man that Mesmith would have been looking for to struck some early breakthroughs on behalf of the super team, and not giving him the best possible chance to do so against really the heart of the batting of the Micoud Eagles team.
Over number 3 as St. Rose comes in, bowls to Charleston. That's what bowled them. Yes, looking to swing a delivery that was bang on target, and Shelvin Charles has been castled here by Clem St. Rose. Bowled for 13, and in the third over, the Soufriere Stumpers, they draw first blood with Shelvin Charles going bowled by St. Rose. It's 19 for 1.
Clem St. Rose, one of the men in this tournament who has covered himself in some glory. He would have played a major role in the last victory on the way to the finals. He had bowled some good pace, good aggression, has hit some good areas, and Shelvin Charles, they have been eyeing the acreage of space out there near the Johnson Charles stand and playing an ill-advised stroke, going across the line with delivery and looking for pace on this one. His reaction seemed to indicate that this one may have kept a bit low on him, but the skiddy nature of Clem St. Rose, I think he was outfoxed by that. But that brings in Noel Leo, young promising talent. He would have just made the national senior team this year, and the team would have won the tournament over in St. Vincent.
So left-handed Leo comes in with the red helmet. St. Rose moves in, bowls to Leo. Leo is the delivery that is outside the off stump. He flashes at it, and ball being taken by the keeper on the second attempt. A bit of excitement for the fielders on the offside, but nothing doing. Dwight Thomas comes all the way on the edge of the square to encourage St. Rose, trying to get on the skin of Leo. St. Rose moving in, bowls to Leo. Leo gets a bouncing delivery, back across his stumps and plays to Thomas, who's coming in from point, and there's no run. So 19 for 1. Soufriere, they are never say die team, and we have spoken about the astute captaincy of Mesmin, always in the thick of things, so you can't write them off. They've got a wicket, so their tails are up. St. Rose comes in, bowls to Leo. Leo edging past the keeper and down to third man. Well, not edging at all, because the umpire has been now saying leg by as the ball goes into the boundary at the, is that the end of the over? No, it's not ended, but the Soufriere Stumpers seeming to protest about something initially, going towards the umpire with an appeal. I'm not sure why. That certainly looked like it had much on it for LBW. In fact, I thought it was an edge past the keeper. I was going to suggest, Jamal, that maybe there's a need for a slip with the new player, the new batter. St. Rose without the slip comes in, bowls to Leo. Leo is off the back foot, hits it into the ground, but straight to Thomas, and there is no run. 23 for 1.
Given the line and length Clemson Rose has found, I think that the slip is clearly needed. There's a man posted there who got a shot that seems to be quite wide.
Certainly not at slip. St. Rose comes in, bowls to Leo. Leo gets a short delivery and plays over it as it is angled across him into the gloves of Tennessee. Hippolyte. So the end of the over, the fourth of the innings. And at the end of it, 23 for 1. The Micoud Eagles, they are looking for 148 for victory.
Good bowling being rewarded in this over from Clemson Rose and Super Stumpers. They seem to have a measure of control on proceedings at the moment. Things are certainly swinging in their favor, but moving was they look to say something different. But the pace bowling department of the Stumpers team has been impressive all tournament long, and they would fancy the chances having to defend a total of 147.
Prosper is a third over, the fifth of the innings. Bowls to Wells. Wells gets a delivery that is angled into him, plays it through square leg, and will get himself a single. 6 run. That takes the total to 24 for 1. And talking about seam, Jamal, well, the Soufriere team, a bunch of seamers, no spinners to talk about.
Yes, it was just ecstasy manual, and it was a solitary possible spin option in line. What surprised me in the last game, it was an all-out seam attack. Shannon Mesme did not introduce a spinner at any point in the bowling innings.
So Prosper will bowl to Leo. It's yet to score. Slip in place. Wideish. Prosper moving in, bowls to Leo. Leo driving nicely, but straight to Ecstasy Manuel, who moves nicely to his left at extra cover. No run. So for Leo, two fielders either side of the field, point on the boundary on square leg. So the third man area is vacant. Prosper moving in, bowls to Leo. Leo is driving outside the off stump and not far from the edge into the gloves of keeper Hippolyte. And Leo takes a walk to compose himself towards square leg. Number of dot deliveries faced by him. He is yet to score. He has faced some 6 deliveries or 7 deliveries. And pressure building on Noel Leo. Prosper looking to present the ball outside the off stump to bring the slip in place. Moves in, bowls to Leo. Leo is laid bat on ball but can't score, straight to Thomas. And the dot balls continuing there against Leo.
So just look at Dwight Thomas here on your screens. If there's ever a man who's up for the fight, it's Dwight Thomas. Good aggression in the field being shown here by the Soufriere Stumpers. They're showing the level of desperation befitting a champion team.
Micoud scoring at 5.54. Prosper moving in, bowls to Leo. Leo lofts that out towards the offside, and the fielder, some very poor work on the boundary by the sweeper. An easy pickup, and for some inexplicable reason allowing the ball to slip between the fingers and into the boundary, to gift the boundary to Noel Leo to get off the mark and take the total to 28 for 1.
A real lackadaisical effort by Kevin Gassi. He moved quite casually there on the boundary. Felt that he had it, but in the end he didn't. I'm just looking at the disappointment on the face of Prosper, who's giving it his all.
Comes in again, bowls to Leo. Leo inside edge and into the back, the short square leg position to complete the over. The 5th of the innings. And at the end of it, this Micoud Eagles, they are 28 for 1. Still needing 120 for victory.
Because yes, you would remember in one of the games gone by, those crucial semi-finals where one team, I think it was the Monaco team, would have been in complete control and then a bit of complacency had crept into the game. And tonight with the Soufriere team clearly in charge of proceedings and Kevin Gassi guilty of giving away the initiative, and Noel Leo was under some serious pressure. He felt that he needed to do something different, walking down the wicket at the bowler, skying this one over the infield. What should have been a simple 2 ended up being 4, and that could have helped to raise the confidence of Noel Leo.
Over number 6, St. Rose moving in to Wells. Wells is pulling out to long leg, backward square leg, just a 1. Monrose is in position, and the right-hander gets a single, 29 for 1. So the Micoud Eagles, they're below the required rate. At the start it was 7.5. They are currently scoring at 5.61. So the required rate is pushed to 8. St. Rose to Leo. Leo is looking to pull hard into the ground, straight to Ecstasy Manuel, who is coming from the mid-wicket region. Inside the circle, no run. So just the 2 fielders in the circle on the onside, mid-on and mid-wicket. Mesmin and Ecstasy Manuel, both on the edge of the circle. They've also got square leg and long leg. St. Rose moving in, goes to Leo. Leo is driving, that's gone high in the air. Possibility of a catch. The bowler is underneath it and doesn't take it. Not surprising, because 3 men were converging on it. Ecstasy Manuel from mid-wicket, and also lurking in from mid-on was Captain Mesmin. St. Rose thought that he could have also gone for the cotton bowl. He went towards it and you could just sense a bit of hesitation as St. Rose and Ecstasy Manuel converged. In the end, it was left for St. Rose, and it seemed that he was not in a proper position to take it under the lights. It went to hand and then fell to the ground. A chance for, who's that, Leo, as the total goes to 30 for 1.
Yes, people speak proverbially, but Clarence St. Rose took his eyes off the ball at the last moment, looking at Ecstasy Manuel. There was some indecision as to who should have gone for it.
St. Rose to delivery, that's over the keeper, and will come behind him for 4 wides. Runs! My word. So that came from the bat of Mervyn Wells. A short delivery. Wells was looking to uppercut. It came off the top edge and over the head of the keeper for 4, as it was in fact a no ball. So now free hit being signaled as the total goes to 35 for 1.
Yes, and Clem St. Rose guilty here of transgressing that front line, looking for the extra effort, extra pace. As it happens so often after a drop catch, there always seems to be a boundary.
Yes, in fact, correction. Height being the issue. It is way over the head of the batsman. Delivery that is hit up the back foot nicely for 4. A great shot from Mervyn Wells. He backed away and there was a good sound from the bat that hit the sweetbread, and that went like a rocket past the man at extra cover and into the boundary behind him for 4. That's the way you take advantage of a free hit, as he takes the total to 39 for 1. Wells going to 15 with that boundary.
Mervyn Wells, the former batter of the tournament, the leading run scorer, not one to miss out on a free opportunity. The Soufriere team would have been handed several and they were only able to capitalize on 1. But Mervyn Wells bisected that with some clinical precision.
St. Rose to Wells. Wells to this delivery is getting a back of a length delivery, plays it into the outside. There's a possibility of a run out. The throw comes in to the non-striker's end, but Wells is able to make it. But a little bit of indecision initially following the misfield on the offside. Gassi, the man having the slippery fingers. One more to the total, 40 for 1. This is over number 6.
This seems to me the effect of the drop catch. Clemson Rose really needs to regain control over his emotions here and settle back into the line and length that he was hitting previously.
He's coming into Leo to this delivery. Leo is down the track, hits into the offside, and okay, dead ball being signaled. Something wasn't quite right there, and umpire Ashby cancelling the delivery, so that will have to be re-bowled. Not sure if you picked up exactly what went awry there, Jamal.
Not exactly sure what happened, but Leo was able to find the boundary, but a dead ball being signaled by the umpire, and for some reason there seems to be a conference.
Yes, between the two umpires, and I think Leo perhaps would feel a little hard done by there because he bisected the gap on the offside and seemed to have gotten a certain boundary, but for some reason there's a discussion between the two umpires and Captain Mesmin. So I'm not sure, maybe a case, I'll speculate, perhaps fielders changing positions while the bowler was running in. I'll make a guess.
Possibility, but whereas Leo would not have profited from the boundary, he would have profited from the confidence that he was able to find the ropes of the bowling of Clemson Road.
So we settled again, and St. Rose will come in to Leo. Leo to this delivery is a big drive inside edge. That looks like it is caught behind. Leo is walking, now confirmed by umpire Ashby, and a loose drive from Noel Leo inside edge to keeper Tennessee Hippolyte, who took it and began to celebrate, and the end of Noel Leo caught off the bowling of St. Rose. And in the 6th over, the Micoud Eagles, they have lost their second wicket. It's 40 for 2.
You just called it for this, that Clemson Rose needed to settle on that line and length that he would have held previously, and gave him the opportunity to create that wicket-taking chance. And on this occasion, Noel Leo just having a walk outside the line of the off stump, the feet really going nowhere. And for some strange reason, the left-handers that we have seen come out to bat tonight, when the ball has been delivered outside the line of the offside, they have opted to just stay the leg side of the ball and just use the hands. Absence of the feet proving to be the downfall of Noel Leo, as we see the entrance of Darren Sally. One who he has got some good form in this tournament, has played some crucial knocks, but immediately as Sammy has come in, Captain Shanai Mesmin has decided to pick up the ball. So Captain Mesmin, remembering that Darren Sammy would have been the one to have taken his wicket, and probably wants to be the one to return the favor.
Indeed, so the power play done. Over number 7, 40 for 2. So I think this is evenly poised. 40 for 2. The Soufriere Stumpers 46 without loss at a similar stage. 106, 108 more required. 7.7 is the required rate from here. Moving Wells goes down to take the first delivery from Shanai Mesmin. Delivery that's bang on target, as he is hitting on about middle and off. He's quickly across to the onside to complete the fielding. So Darren Sammy, the big fish. I just heard Greg Wilson saying behind me. So he's at the non-striker's end. He knows a lot is depending upon him for the Micoud Eagles. Mesmin looking for more success. Moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells gets a delivery down the leg side, looking to clip at it. Doesn't make contact. Wide call by umpire Mafre. Good work by Tennessee Hippolyte to his left. 1 to the total, 41 for 2. This is SPL T20 final.
Wells could count himself a little unlucky to have missed out on that ball angling down the left side. Any bit of bat and that would have resulted in 7 boundary final posted side. So
Mesmin away from us, bowls to Wells. Wells is inside of his stump looking to turn it, is struck on the pad, and Mesmin was interested. Not without good reason, because as he came across his stumps, Wells, you could have seen the leg stumps. He was into his stumps, but no damage done with the single. 42 for 2. Sammy comes into strike to face his first delivery. So the power play is completed as we said, so men can be out on the boundary. Sammy has to contend with backward point, squarish cover, extra cover. Mesmin away from us, bowls to Sammy. Sammy is across his stumps on the walks, back to Mesmin. So he stays on not. 42 for 2. Third man on the boundary, long on, long off, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. There's a lone man in the circle on the onside. That's Ecstasy Manuel at mid wicket. Mesmin to Sammy. Sammy's back. Wants a single. Will get it, although Ecstasy Manuel is quickly in. There's enough time for Sammy to get to the non-strikers safely. So he's off the mark. 43 for 2. As moving Wells on 16 will come into strike. Mesmin makes a field change. Sends the man inside the circle to deep extra cover on the boundary and brings long leg into the circle. Mesmin with that long run comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells is across his stumps and plays back to the bowler, who picks up in the follow through.
that would look to be a change of pace from Mesmin. So mixing up his delivery is showing us his back tricks right tonight.
Mesmin full of energy with the long locks flopping from side to side, big rag in the back pocket as well. Comes and bowls to Wells. Wells skips it away over backward square leg, over the infield and into the backward square leg boundary for 4. A little bit of inward movement in the air on that, but it came just in a hitting area for Mervyn Wells, who took advantage and whipped it over the infield into the backward square leg boundary for 4. He goes to 20 at the end of the 7th over. The Micoud Eagles, they are 2 for 47.
The batsman should be shown here by Mervyn Wells, who would have recognized that this was the area left vacant by Mesmin. And he tried that shot a few deliveries before, trying to come into the line of his stump to whip that ball over the leg side. But on this occasion, Mesmin gave him the length that he would have wanted. And given what we have seen from the Micoud Eagles batting thus far, one would reckon that this is the major partnership, and this partnership has to contribute significantly if they are to get over the line tonight.
As we've got a bowling change, Bradley Tisson is being brought in to Sammy. Sammy is a big drive outside the off stump and not making contact. Ball into the gloves of Hippolyte. Sammy thought that he got an opportunity to really blaze that through the covers and went for the big drive. Not able to make contact. Tisson looking to get the big fish moves in from the south, goes to Sammy. Sammy again, big drive outside the off stump, big appeal. They're celebrating, but umpire Ashby is having none of it. Sammy wants a single, no response from Mervyn Wells. It's all happening as the the Soufriere players, a number of them, they are not happy with the decision, and
It's counted for this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men converging near the umpire, just making their disbelief at his decision known.
and they're still remonstrating. In fact, and some of them are suggesting to Sammy, you knew you hit it, why don't you walk off? Amazing. Sammy holds his ground.
Clearly feel agreed here. It's a case where the umpire was really afraid to put Darren Sammy out. This is how they clearly feel.
Well, controversy here will continue. Tisson moving in, balls to Sammy. Sammy is getting a good delivery. It's back of a length, it's on the off stump, and there is Tisson suggesting that he would break the stumps down, cocking the arm and looking to throw the stumps down, and Sammy also exchanging some words in response. They are certainly giving Sammy some tongue lashing out there.
What do you say about this? Some good aggressive cricket?
Yes, and Sammy is of course returning the compliment with his own response. He knows that his wicket is important. He waits. Tisson balls to Sammy off the back foot, cut away and out towards the backward point. The fielder comes across, good work, and Sammy will come back for the second as the return comes in to Tennessee Hippolyte, the Soufriere guys, as Sammy gets 2 to get off the mark. 49 for 2. A lot of emotion out there, Jamal.
Yes, and the team clearly feel that they have no big fish of Darren Sammy, and I think if Tisson can get Darren Sammy out in this over, it's gonna be chaos on that field tonight.
Tisson moves in, balls to Sammy. Sammy is driving, lofting out towards the sweeper. Oh, it's over his head. Oh, a misjudgment. He came in and that has gone over his head and into the boundary for 4. So a misjudgment by the man on the sweeping boundary. Sammy gets a boundary again. Gassi, the man offending, and the total going to 49. Sammy gets his boundary, in fact 50 coming up with the boundary. 53 for 2. Sammy gets his first boundary, but he was not in control as it's all happening in this over. Sammy on 6. 53 for 2. This is over number 8. Tisson moving in. Sammy waits. This delivery, it's into the pads, played out to square leg. The sweep, the fielder comes off the boundary, and it will be just 1 as the over is completed. A very eventful 7th over indeed. Sammy ends it on 7. It's 54 for 2, but an over in which the Soufriere Stumpers thought that Sammy should have been at this stage in the pavilion.
Goodness gracious, Claudius. We would have just called it if Tisson was able to get the wicket of Darren Sammy, and certainly he created the opportunity. An over-eager Kevin Gassi sprinting off the boundary, feeling that this one would have fallen short of him, but he made a miscalculation, as you said. Didn't factor in that significant breeze, and that ball here, once it got the height, one would know, feeling in that section of the Darren Sammy, you need to just wait on that boundary a little longer and judge the trajectory of the ball. And he made that mistake, and Darren Sammy has been given a life. How crucial would that be tonight?
Mesmin continues to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is back and plays into the offside. We'll get the single. And looks like Tisson is the man who's doing the work there into the offside. So 1 to Sammy. He goes to 8. I make it Wells on 20 comes in to strike. 55 for 2. This is over number 9, Captain Mesmin, coming in and just stopping the approach because a field change is required. St. Rose being posted at the backward square leg boundary from inside the circle. Mesmin rushes in, bowls to Wells. Wells is big drive outside the off stump, but not getting the left foot far across enough, and into the gloves of Hippolyte. Sami maybe just suggesting that to him as they come mid-pitch and jam off the gloves. 55 for 2. 93 more required. Mesmin moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells is driving edge down to the short third man on the bounce, and no damage done. The total remains 55 for 2.
It's Mesmin maintaining a good line, good length to moving Wells, and barring that one boundary where he overpitched and angled into the pads, he has shown good discipline.
Mesmin away from us, bowls to Wells. Wells is pulling out through, and there was that gone beating the diving fielder. It passed him airborne, and maybe he got a hand to it, but it has gone for 4. Another boundary off the bat of Mervyn Wells. He goes to 24, and the total 59 for 2. Again Gassi under the cosh out on the outfield.
I hate to mention the name, but Kevin Gassi not having the best of nights thus far. And we mentioned before, it's crucial to pick your bowlers in this game, but the batters are picking the fielders and picking out Kevin Gassi tonight, and Mesmin not afraid to make that change and remove Gassi from the boundary and place him on the circle.
Mesmin to Wells. Wells lost that. That's gone. That's big. That's maximum. 6 over mid-wicket. Delivery that was outside the off stump, and Wells, the little man, but he packs a punch, was able to get onto that and loft it nicely way over the infield, way over the boundary in fact. That's gone for 6. He goes to 30. It's 65 for 2.
And how often do we see this, Claudius, where after a drop chance, after an opportunity, there always seems to be a boundary. And I remember in that game when Mervyn Wells scored that 99, he was dropped about 4 or 5 times. So he's not one where you want to give him a second opportunity.
Mesmin moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells off the back foot, cuts that out towards backward point. The fielder on the boundary comes nicely to his left, but will not prevent Wells from coming back for the second. Goes to 32. It's 67 for 2. As the over is completed, so the end of the 9th, and 67 for 2. The Micoud Eagles, they have pushed their total rate, actually the rate of scoring, up to 7.4, and they have really picked it up since the arrival of Darren Sammy.
Reliant on these 2 batters to get them as close to the target as possible. But this battle between Tiso and Sammy continues, a battle of the Eagles.
Yes. So, over number 10, Tiso moving in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy down the track, gets the delivery that's back of a length and will eventually get the single that was being sought by Mervyn Wells. Sammy initially not interested, but as Prosper didn't feel cleanly He was able to go through for the single. That takes the total to 68 for 2. 32 Wells will now come into strike. 32 from 30. Tisson bowls to Wells. Wells is getting a good delivery forward. A delivery that as Tisson coming across the wicket to the field and almost colliding with Sammy on his way to complete the single. That will take Wells to 33. 69 for 2. Sammy 10 from as many deliveries comes into strike.
Tisson has the mind and the heart of an aggressive fast bowler, and he's really itching to get the wicket of Darren Sammy here tonight.
He comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy gets a good delivery back of a length. Wants the single. The throw will not come in as well. Sammy favoring the right leg there as he oh boy, as he came in to complete this single, and struggling a little bit there. Maybe it looks like the back hamstring or something, but he will hobble back into position at the non-striker's end. The single taken. 70 for 2. Tisson will bowl to Wells as he comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. It was not far from the off stump, not far from the outside edge. So Tisson doing a good job in asking questions of these two. With the dot ball, the total remains 70 for 2. 78 required from I make it 63 balls. As always, it's 62. Delivery that is off the edge, peeling off over the head of Thomas out towards the boundary, and a lunge by Thomas is unsuccessful as the ball beats him into the backward point boundary for 4. So boundary to Mervyn Wells that takes him to 36, and the total 74 for 2.
Always a man to give 100% in every facet of the game, showing that desperation and intent on the boundary here.
Tisson will continue as he moves in. Everything not quite right, so he stops and will go back.
But given the line that he's been bowling to the right-handers and that movement and breeze that we've been speaking about all night, it baffles me that no fielder is posted in a deep field man position where that boundary just went.
Mesmin is not long off. Tisson comes in, bowls to Wells, slower delivery and played up on the onside, and Sam is struggling to get to the striker's end, really struggling now with that hamstring strain that he suffered a few deliveries ago. But we have come to the halfway mark of the innings, so 10 overs completed, and at the end of it, the Micoud Eagles, they are in search of that 148. They need a further 73 of the next 60 balls, so 75 for 2. And let's get the thoughts of Jamal James on how he sees it, what has transpired so far, and the prospect for the rest of the innings.
Some people actually benefit from that break. Clearly struggling right now with that hamstring, and sometimes the older that you get, the more you need to warm up and limber up those muscles, and Darren Sammy might not have had the opportunity and the time to have done so. And sometimes they say beware the injured lion and beware the injured batter. Darren Sammy, clearly a lion-hearted man, so after the break I would rather suspect that you would be entreated in some fireworks once he gets on strike. usually when the batters are limited in terms of their ability, this tends to happen where they become extra aggressive. So the Super Stumpers team would need to be very careful when bowling Darren Sammy. But thus far, I think that they would have had the better of the exchange actually, because they would know that they would feel that they are 1 wicket away from creating a major dent in the hopes of the Micoud Eagles tonight. They would feel that with Darren Sammy down on his haunches, that singles would be limited, that if they bowl well to him, they can contain the boundaries, and if they could prize out the wicket of Melvin Wells, that they would have had Kirsten Jules being out of the team tonight, one that the Micoud Eagles could have usually relied on for some stability in the middle. And the Super Stumpers, they have yet to employ the services of Bronte Bess. Could it be a case where Shania Mesmin is saving the Bronte Bess for last? You would remember in his last over in the previous game, he took some 3 wickets in 1 over, so possibly holding him back as a trump card. We may see him introduced at the end of the break. And usually there is always something exciting to happen at the end of every break. So the final 10 overs of the contest coming up, this one could swing either way.
Very much so. So Chauvin Charles was the man to go first. He was bowled by St. Rose for 13-19 for 1. And then Noel Leo Cotipolit bowled St. Rose for 5-46 for 2. So these two have taken it to 75 for 2. And as we're about to see the resumption, Jamal goes away. Greg Wilson is with me. A very interestingly poised the game at this stage, Greg, with 10 overs left. So 73 required from 60 balls. We've got a wounded Darren Sammy out there. And as suggested by Jamal, a case where now going forward, Sammy will be looking to go big. And so we're in for some excitement. So either he comes off, or we have a situation where he's going to be restricted in terms of his ability to get quick singles and 2s. I think we're in for some drama here this evening.
That reminiscence of Maxwell in the World Cup. Maxwell mobility, really, it was all hands, really could not move either one of his legs. And really powered his way to 201 without loss. And what seemed like an improbable victory there for the Australian team was able to pull it off. Just as Jamal did indicate, the trump card Bronte Bess, or yes, been introducing to the attack. So certainly just quick comparison at the halfway stage, they would have been 85 for the loss of 1, and they had 75 for 2.
Bess starts number 11 and bowls to to Wells. Wells turns it away from the keeper, and Sammy hops on one leg to get to the striker's end to complete the single. So 1 to the total, 76 for 2. So it is clear that Sammy, if the ball goes to the boundary or to the fielder on the boundary, he can just take 1, but there's not going to be any singles in the circle. Best balls to Sammy. Sammy is going long along the ground though, out to long on, and as I said, he hops to the non-striker's end to complete the single. He's 11th, 77 for 2. Moving Wells comes in to strike. So Best in his first over as he comes in, goes to Wells. Wells to this delivery is playing it along the ground out towards Ecstasy Manuel, who comes off the mid-wicket boundary. Sammy walks the single as it goes to 78 for 2.
I think the Stumpers are missing the trick, Rogers. They need to get to the ball and throw the ball to Sammy's end as quickly as possible. Force him to get to the crease as quickly.
So far, it's gone to the boundary, so it's been quite leisurely. Best to Sammy. Sammy is looking to turn it, but he can't even turn so much his body because that type of stroke will certainly engage the hamstring. So Sammy stays in the crease position and just turns the bat. Can't really open the body up. But with the direction of the delivery, he gets the wide. 79 for 2. This is over number 11. 69 required. 69 required from 57 deliveries, I make it. Best moving in both. Sammy tugs that inside edge. Where does that go? Straight to forward square alongside the umpire. Gassi is there. No run. Dot ball. 69 required. 7.4 the current rate. 7.4 the required rate. Best moving in. Balls to Darren Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is getting one that is Yorker length into the leg stump. Sammy has to open the legs to allow it to go between them. And taken by Tennessee Hippolyte. A good ball. Dot ball. Sammy can't get it away. And as we've told you, with this injury, Sammy is looking for opportunities to go. And as you know, he favors the mid-wicket region. So, Best having to be on song here, employing Yorkers. Comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is struck on the pad. A big appeal. But maybe heading down the leg side as umpire Maffrey says the over is completed. So the 11th, 79 for 2. 69 required from 54.
Let's look at the over there by Best, who will concede 4 runs in the process. So certainly Rogers would need to keep things very tight after the break, because we've seen the intention of Darren Sammy is to go big. Again, he's a golfer these days, so certainly he'll look to tee off as much as possible.
So, Darius Monroe's been introduced for over number 12, it looks like. Discussion between Dwight Thomas and Mesmin. So, interesting equation, Greg. 69 from 54. 2 wickets are down, so I have to say, Micoud Eagles are in the ascendancy. 7.7 the required rate. But Darren Sammy is not 100% out there. And the more dot balls he soaks up, because he's not able to be mobile, to get himself into positions to play some strokes and to get the maximum out of strokes that are within the boundary, it could prove to be a negative for the Micoud Eagles. Darren Sammy being at the crease and not able to push things along. So we'll have to wait and see as Monroe starts to Wells. Wells off the back foot. Doesn't make contact. And Monroe starts with a dot ball. So some spin for Soufriere. An unusual sight. But Mesmin opting for that as he comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells is driving outside the off stump. The bill's whipped off by Hippolyte. But back foot grounded, says umpire Maffrey. So 2 dot balls to start the 12th over. Pressure building on Wells as Monroe from the south moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells off the back foot, hits square. Brings the sweeper in ecstasy manual into position. And a single is taken. 79 for 2. Sammy in strike, having shed the helmet. We'll wait now as Monroe comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy back, pulls, or attempts to pull. It comes high off the bat and goes to long off instead. And we'll get a single to Mesmin, who comes off of the long off boundary. 1 more to Sammy. 81 for 2. Wells 40. Waits, delivery, that's off the back foot. He plays again just like Sammy in the previous delivery, out to long off. And Mesmin throws to the keeper's end, to which Sammy is struggling to get to, but Sammy is able to make it one more to the total. 82 for 2. Monroe's moving in, goes to Sammy. Sammy off the back foot, well, driving, hits it hard into the ground, but straight to Monroe's to complete over number 12. And at the end of it, 82 for 2 with 8 overs left, 66 required from 48.
Yes, another good tight over there, bowled by Monroe's, just conceding 3 runs. So certainly we see almost a similar pattern to the Stumpers inning after the water break. The only difference is that, Claudius, the Eagles are not losing wickets, but in terms of the tight bowling, keeping things very tight after the water break, we say just that, just 7 runs in 2 overs after the water break.
Bess, get ready for over number 13. He'll be bowling to Mervyn Wells. Bess away from us, bowls to Wells. Bess, Wells hits it hard into the ground, straight along the onside, and Sammy sees it go past him for a single to long on. So one more to Wells. Single takes the Micoud Eagles to 83 for 2. Sammy 13 from 17 comes into strike as Bronte Bess will come in, deep mid wicket and long on in place. Bess to Sammy. Sammy is swinging at it outside the off stump, but not with a lot of reach, movement with the feet. That injury to the leg, so could not see a lot of movement from him. A lot of hands will be in place. Dot ball. 83 for 2. 65 from 46. Best to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery, gets a delivery wide down the leg side. And wide call. Mervyn Wells perhaps forgetting for a while that Sammy has the injury. He was almost halfway down. And of course, Sammy had not left the crease any at all. So Mervyn Wells had to go back, but they get the one. 84 for 2, 64 required, still from 46. As he comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy gets a good delivery. It's full of length outside the off stump, has to come down hard on it and squeeze it out to mid wicket, away from the circle. One more to him. 14 he is. 1 to the total, 84 for 2. Wells 42 from, what's that, 31? I think that's 31. 41 comes into strike, 64 required. As Bess moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells gets a delivery that is nicely, in fact, Wells getting a delivery nicely driven along the ground, hitting the stumps at the non-striker's end, and because of that, maybe robbing himself of 1, possibly 2, as the ricochet was picked up by Bess in the follow-through. So no run taken, 85 for 2, 63 required. This is the 13th over, so I make it 63 from 44. I think my maths is correct. Discussion between the 2 umpires.
Yes, certainly. Good tight bowling by Bronte Bess, really looking to bowl a full length. They are not giving the batters the opportunity to get under.
8.4 they required rate, going up for the Micoud Eagles. Best to Wells. Wells is lofting that. That's gone high. It has enough on it to go all the way. 6. A maximum by Mervyn Wells at a very opportune time for the Micoud Eagles. He takes his total closer to the half century. It's gone to 48. And the total to 91 for 2. And a good strike by the right-hander, easing the pressure momentarily on the Micoud Eagles as they reduce the requirement to 57 from 43 correction. Delivery that he's clipping, beats the man in the ring, out towards the backward square leg boundary, and 4 runs. So all of a sudden, Mervyn Wells has gone 6 and then 4 to take him to 50. He's gone to 52 with the boundary and taking the Micoud Eagles a lot closer. 95 for 2 at the end of 13. And with what, 14 completed, is that 13 completed, so 7 left, so 53 required from 42.
Yes, just when we were saying how tight the bowling was, and in the space of 2 deliveries and 4. So some 13 runs coming off the 13th over, just releasing the pressure, because things really, the pendulum to a certain extent was starting to swing really in the direction of the Soufriere Stumpers. But with Mervyn Wells having shown good form in the tournaments, and we know Mervyn Wells, as you did indicate a little earlier on, certainly can pack a punch. And we saw that 6 there was beautifully struck and well lofted over the head of the bowler.
Over number 14 starting, Monroe's to Sammy. Sammy is looking to turn it, is struck on the pad, but no damage done. So you reckon in the last over the pendulum has swung to Micoud Eagles. See Monroe's moving in, balls to Sammy. Sammy to the deliveries back and beaten outside the off stump. Tennessee Hippolyte whipping off the bails, but Sammy's back foot was grounded. So 2 dot balls to start over number 14. 53 required from 40 balls. Monroe's to Sammy. Sammy back, pulls out towards long on, but it will fall safely. And Sammy will hobble to the non-striker's end for 1. A single that takes the total to 96 for 2. 52 required from 39 balls. Delivery that's hit into the offside by Wells. Gassi proving to not be solid in the field as he should. 1 more to the total, 97 for 2 with the single. Wells goes to 53. Sammy on 15 in strike. Down the track and inside edge will get the single. The throw comes in, but it comes to the striker's end. Sammy is able to go to complete the single. 1 more to the total. 1 more to him. He goes to 16. 98 for 2. 50 required. This is the 14th over, so 6 after this one. Monroe's moving in, and not everything was not quite in order. I think Gassi just in one distance on the edge of the circle, and Monroe's had to start back. 3 to Wells. 50 needed. As Monroe's comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells back, turns it. Will bring long on off of the boundary as they take 1. St. Rose with the return to complete the over number 14. So at the end of it, the Micoud Eagles, they've gone to 99 for 2. 16 to Sammy, 52 to Mervyn Wells. They need a further 49 of 36 deliveries, and the Micoud Eagles, they are getting their claws closer to the cup of Splt T20 for 2023.
Yes, certainly with these 2 at the wicket. Mervyn Wells, as we know, in one of the games, yes, fell 1 short of 100, and he certainly has been striking the ball beautifully this evening. And Darren Sammy, despite the fact that he's wobbling, we know that with all his experience, if he is there until the end, one would certainly think that the Eagles are going to pull it through.
Yes, 99 for 2. So as Prosper, looks like Prosper has come back, and he's going to be bowling to Wells. 49 required from 36. Prosper goes away from his balls to Wells. Wells hits that, is gonna fall safely behind the bowler, and the man from mid-off Tisson will come in from extra cover correction to field. So one more to the total, the 100 coming up. 100 for 2 in the 15th, 48 required now from 35. 8.2 is the requirement, but Micoud Eagles, they've got lots of wickets in hand, and so you think that they are sitting pretty. Sammy off the back foot cuts that out towards the backward point region for 4. It's vacant and into the boundary for 4. Perfect hitting area for Sammy, short and wide, and Sammy really latching on that and showing his experience and class, putting away the bad ball into the boundary for 4. He goes to 20 and takes the total to 104 for 244 required.
Yes, certainly this one short and wide and really does not have the pace.
Prosper to Sammy. Sammy is inside edge out towards deep forward square. Ecstasy Model comes off the boundary. One more to Sammy. He goes to 21 and the total 105 for 243 needed. 43 needed from 33 deliveries, I make it. Prosper will now bowl to Wells. Wells on 55 from 37. Prosper moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells drives all the way over long on for 6. Another maximum from the bat of Mervyn Wells. Got under it nicely and lofted it to full effect, to maximum effect. Over wide long on for 6. He goes to 61. And it's 111 for 2. He reduces the requirement now to 37. And Micoud Eagles, they are beginning to really open those claws to pick up that trophy, SPL T20 for 2023.
Yes, certainly. It was a long one there by Mervyn Wells. Went into the Castry stand and went right through the entrance area, and it went all the way down below. So a huge hit there, and Prosper on his return proven to be a bit expensive there. First shot and wide to Darren Sammy really did not have the pace. Sammy really latched onto this one, and a nice juicy half volley there to Mervyn Wells, and this is not the first time we have seen him with that lofted drive for 6.
Yes, and with so much concrete in the area, the umpire inspecting the ball to see that it is delivery that is on the return, struck on the pad, and going to the keeper on the bounce. A question being asked by Prosper, but no interest from the umpire. 37 required. Wells has gone very, very quickly. 61 from 39 deliveries. Number of maximums in that. Prosper away from us, bowls to Wells. Wells is forward once the single is on the walk, but it's not on. Straight to Tisson, who's at extra cover, to complete over number 15. So at the end of it, with 5 overs left, Micoud Eagles, they require 37 from 30 balls. They got all of 8 wickets in hand, and they've got a man, 61 not out, in Mervyn Wells.
Yes, Claudius, it clearly was the battle.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Delivery to start over number 16, played up to Monroe's by Sammy. and there is no run. 37 required from 29. As Monroe's bowls to Sammy. Sammy looking to pull out towards deep mid-wicket, who comes off the boundary. The bounce return coming into Monroe's. One more to Sammy. As the total goes to 112 for 2. Over number 16. Wells in strike to this delivery. Wells is back, pulling out to mid-wicket. The same fielder. Once again. Another single. 113 for 2. 50. Correction, 35 required from 27 deliveries. Coming to this delivery is playing out towards long on. The fielder comes off the boundary. Another single. So win it by singles in this over. 114 for 2. 34 required from 26 deliveries. As Monroe's will move in once again to Wells. Wells to this delivery is lofting that, but not quite getting hold of it. The man at the deep forward square boundary is in place. One more to the total. And Sammy comes in to strike. 115 for 2. 33 required. 25 deliveries left in the innings. So this is a piece of cake for Micoud Eagles delivery that Sammy turns and will get the single comfortably. Can even walk it as the fielder from the boundary picks up inside the circle. The 6 completed. So 116 for 2 with 4 overs left. So 32 required by Micoud Eagles from 24. And that's the simple that keeps them away from the Splt T20 trophy for this year 2023.
One would think that if the Stumpers really had to find a way back into that finals, they would certainly need to see back of Darren Sammy and Mervyn Wells
in this over.
In the same over. Well, one would say in this over. Yes. Certainly to bring 2 new batters at the crease, it could be a bit of pressure.
Yes, it could have a little bit of panic setting in. So really perhaps the last throw of the dice for Soufriere Stumpers. Captain Janai Mesmin brings himself on. He needs to prize out Darren Sammy in this over to be in with a chance. Delivery that is short and pulled by Sammy out towards deep mid-wicket. Emmanuel picks it up in front of the fielder coming from deep square. So one more to Sammy, one more to the total. 117 for 2. 31 needed from 23. As in Wells taps away. Mesmin, full of energy as usual, goes to Wells. Wells hits that high, handsome 6. Gone over mid-wicket, and tremendous power, tremendous punches, contact and flight has come from his bat. Another maximum from the flashing blade of Mervyn Wells. That's gone sailing into towards the Johnson Charleston for 6. The total going to 123 for 2. 25 needed now. Mervyn Wells going deeper into the 60s and has hit somewhat 5, 6 sixes, Greg Wilson?
Yes, I make it about 5, Claudius. Yeah, about 5 sixes. Again, this one into the Johnson Charleston and into the entrance area. So the ball has again found itself downstairs the stand. So hence the reason why we have the sort of delay at this point in time. Yes. But good tremendous hitting there by Mervyn Wells, picking this one from outside the awesome, and he knows once he gets the elevation with the strong wind at this point in time, it would easily take the ball over the boundary ropes.
Yes, we have seen him use the conditions very well. He has timed the ball very nicely, and as long as they have gone into orbit, they have had enough, and with the strong breeze sailing flying over the boundary. Ball change.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment, to work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
It's a new day. A day we
with the ball change, replacement ball after the 6. 124 for 2, 24 required. Sami now in strike. Mesmin moving in from the north, balls to Sami. Sami is looking to pull, doesn't make contact. The ball falls as it, or drops as it gets to Tennessee Hippolyte. So 124 for 2. So a good partnership between these two, because the second wicket fell at 46. That was Leo caught Hippolyte bowled St. Rose for 5. So Sami and Mervyn Wells have really put on a good partnership together. And it looks like bringing them to victory. They are 24 runs away. Mesmin comes in, bowls to Sami. Sami pulls out towards mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. Away from the long on and to his right and to the left of the mid-wicket fielder on the boundary. 4 runs to Sami, 128 for 2. The requirement now down to 20. And this is beginning to be a cakewalk for the Micoud Eagles.
Certainly not the sort of length that the Captain Mesmin should be bowling at this stage of the inning. Short and wide, and Sami really freeing his arms and bisecting the fielders.
Mesmin moves in, bowls to Sami. Sami is looking to drive in a portion of the bat. It runs along the ground out towards square leg, and 1 taken as the 17th is completed. So 129 for 2, 19 required from 18. The Micoud Eagles, they've got 8 wickets in hand and 2 batsmen that are well set.
Well, certainly if the champagne was on ice, Claudius, I think they could bring it a bit closer to the boundary ropes. Certainly they will be popping it. And as I about to, before the break a while ago, it was a battle between the east and the west. And I think the wise men came from what direction?
Certainly from the east. Yes. So the men in yellow looking to the happier ones out there against the blue of Soufriere. As a delivery that is, Sami drives down the ground and Mesmin doing, looks like good work at long off, keeping the runs down to 1. So 1 to Sami, maybe doing a little bit of injury to himself as he fell on the knees to get the body in behind that. 130 for 2, 18 required from 17. Wells back looking to pull, hits it hard into the ground, but will get a single to long on. St. Rose not quite picking up initially. 1 more to Wells. As the total goes to 131 for 2, 17 required. Sami in strike. To this delivery, Sami is pulling along the ground. And again, St. Rose from long on will field. Sami with this single goes to 32. Mervyn Wells on 71 comes into strike. 71 from 45. 132 for 2. 16 required. This is over number 18. Johnson Charles himself is very much there. Delivery that is pulled away and looks like over the boundary, or is that it's gone towards umpire square leg suggesting 4, just inside the boundary, as Mervyn Wells helps himself to another boundary. He goes to 75, and a total of 136 for 12 needed.
Yes, good shot there by Mervyn Wells. Again, Monroe's on this occasion a bit short. This one just asking to be punished, and was admirably put away.
Monroe's to Wells. Wells is a little tentative outside off stump, misses, and into the gloves of Hippolyte. And there's no run. 136 for 2, 77 Wells. As Monroe's comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells off the back foot, hits it hard into the ground. Knocked down by Monroe's to complete the over number 18. Ends with the requirement now 12 from as many deliveries. 8 wickets left for the Micoud Eagles, and really a case of just waiting for maybe a couple of blows to bring the target whole. 136 for 2, 12 deliveries are left, 12 runs are left. 7 Mervyn Wells and Sami Amikid 33.
Yes, just looking at the language, of the Stumpers, Claudius. I think a few overs earlier you would have seen the chirping and the clapping and the, the likes of Dwight Thomas. But right now it looks like they have realized the writing is pretty much on the wall. I think with 2 overs, one would need perhaps a maiden wicket at this point in time, and to leave themselves with 12 of the last over.
As we've got, looks like that's St. Rose, who's been introduced from the northern end. So 12 needed. So 32 Sami, 77 Mervyn Wells, and partnership that has prospered quite a bit between these two. In fact, they have put on 90 for the 3rd wicket. As St. Rose goes to Sami. Sami pulls out towards mid-wicket. And put down by Ecstasy Manuel. Not able to hold down. He had to come to his left and got both hands to it. Not able to hold on. So 1 to Sami. 137 for 2. 11 needed from 11 balls. Could we still have some excitement there? Can St. Rose somehow manufacture some dot balls to create some pressure and cause a bit of panic between these two? They have put on 91, but you never know, Greg Wilson. A couple of dot balls followed by maybe a couple of wickets could make it interesting still.
I think they need at least give themselves perhaps 9 minimum Claudius in this for the last over.
Okay, so it is possible that there can be no more runs in this over, and we can have a few wickets. So if St. Rose can, get his Yorkers in good areas, it could still be interesting. 11 from 11. As he comes in now, goes to Wells. Wells drives high. Possibility of a catch. Taken eventually on the 2nd attempt. Tisson taking the catch. And the end of Mervyn Wells going caught off the bowling of St. Rose. A delivery that he was lofting towards mid-wicket. Bradley Tisson came in. Initially, it popped out of his hands, but he was able to recover and take the rebound. So the end of Mervyn Wells going caught piece off the bowling of St. Rose for 77, and in the 19th over, the Micoud Eagles 137 for 3, 11 needed from 10 deliveries.
Well, just when I did ask for a wicket maiden, 2 opportunities were created in to win 2 deliveries, but Bradley Tiso coming off the mid-wicket boundary almost overrun the ball. Hence the reason why they could not hold on to it on the first attempt, and a brilliant second attempt held on to it. So you have the new batter would be on strike. So it's like we did indicate, there's a possibility that you could get a wicket and no further runs in the over.
So number 25, that's Roland. So Roland Sammy come in. Interest still here. St. Rose moving in, balls to Sammy. Sammy is driving. We'll get at least one as mid-wicket comes off the boundary. So one more to the total as he gets off the mark. 10 needed from 9 deliveries. 138 for 3. St. Rose was picked up all 3 wickets. We'll want to finish good here. 3 deliveries left in the over. He's going to be bowling to Sammy to this delivery. Delivery that's lofted. That's gone a long way. 6 runs. It has enough of flight to clear the boundary and get Micoud Eagles a lot closer to the total. Now they are within 1 boundary, 1 scoring stroke of that victory target, as Sammy with the maximum takes the total to 144 for 3. And what a timely blow for 6, Greg Wilson. A case maybe of a change of pace from St. Rose, but Sammy was equal to it, lofting it over mid-wicket for 6.
Yes, change of pace outside the off stump to really give Sammy all the time in the world to really use the levers. Should have taken a page from Brown to Best when he bowled to Sammy. A lot of the deliveries were angled into the bats, and he really could not free his hands.
Sammy with possibility of victory in 1 stroke. Balls to him, delivery that he's looking to pull, hit into the ground. Not able to take control of that. So dot ball, 144 for 3. Sammy with the maximum has gone to 39. That's Darren Sammy. Merlin Sammy's at the non-striker's end. But they are within just 1 scoring stroke away. 4 needed. And there's a full over after this one. St. Rose bowls to Darren Sammy. Sammy pulls. That's gone in the air, but it will fall safely. And Tiso will pick it up on the bounce as he comes in from mid-wicket. So 1 to Darren Sammy. He goes to 40. And will face at the start of the final over, in which 3 are needed. And so really easy pickings here for Micoud Eagles, as they are poised to be champions of SPL for T20 for 2023. Just the 3 needed in the last over. And what a man to be on strike, Darren Julius Gavi Sammy.
Yes, certainly. I think Claudius, one would certainly, if we were betting, it would have been on the Micoud Eagles. I think that last 6 really was the final nail in the coffin for the Stumpers. I think Clem St. Rose really got it wrong on this occasion, looking for the change of delivery and really just serving a juicy half volley there to Darren Sammy. But they always say that the game of cricket is shifting fortune and glorious uncertainty. Claudius, can it happen in 6 deliveries for the Micoud Eagles, or is it going to go the way of the Super Stumpers?
Well, still possible. 3 runs. Darren Sammy in strike. Tiso with the final over. And it could be exciting if he can dislodge Sammy in this ball. As he comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy is driving out towards extra cover. Will Ecstasy Manuel pull it back? Yes, he does. Keeps it down to 1. So, requirement now down to 2 as Merlin Sammy comes in to strike. Darren Sammy has a word with him and maybe telling him, I just get no need to go for any big stroke. Let's get us a single.
At this point in time, we should force Merlin Sammy to play the big shots. bringing the fielders as close as possible.
Well, Mesmin has not done that. Has kept the field exactly as it was. 2 needed. Sammy in strike. Tison moving in. Bowls to Sammy. Sammy is dot ball as he plays it to the man at the short mid-wicket position. I think now Mesmin perhaps missing a trick here. Needs to bring the field in. He has not done that. He's looking around. He's still got men on the boundary when he could have put some pressure on Merlan Sammy. Opts not to do so. 2 needed. 4 deliveries left in the innings. As Tison comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy is driving along the ground, brings mid-off into play, long off, and the scores are level.
Again, Rogers, if you had
that had been at mid-off, it would put some pressure
there would not
on
have been a
Merlan
run.
to maybe go over the top. And well, they are now bringing in their fielders. Yes, so a single. Even now, it makes sense to bring in everybody, you think. But there's still men out on the boundary. Now long on is coming into the circle. Deep mid-wicket still posted. 1 needed for victory as Tison comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy is that and not able to get the run. But the ricochet might bring the run. Oh, it's all happening out there. An unnecessary shy at the non-striker's end from St. Rose. And the ricochet, perhaps had Sammy been fit, he could have maybe gone for the single. So what do we have? 1 from 1 or 1 from 2? I think 1 from maybe 2. Let's see, 1 from 2. 1 to win. This is getting close to super over stuff. As Tison comes in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is over the head of the bowler and will get the single to bring a victory for the Micoud Eagles. The yellow shirts of the teammates coming from the dressing room to acclaim the work of their captain Darren Sammy, who finishes not out on 41, and so success for the Avatar Micoud Eagles. They have been crowned champions here of SPL T20 for 2023, winning, arriving at the target of 148 from the last ball, or is it the penultimate ball? But it doesn't matter. They have gotten it 148 for 3. Darren Sammy finishing on 42 and bringing success for the Micoud lads. So a case of East getting the better of West as the Micoud Eagles, they celebrate with their teammates out onto the playing area. So success for the Micoud Eagles. They eclipse the target of 148 and a comfortable victory in the end. And really good work by Sammy and Mervyn Wells in particular. Mervyn with 77, proving to be too much for the Soufriere lads. They're 147 for 7. Greg Wilson proving to be inadequate.
Yes,
on the night.
147 certainly was inadequate considering the start that they have at the halfway stage. But yes, the Stumpers did make a fight out of the what one would have considered a moderate total. Although even towards the end, one would say in the last 2 overs, they sort of missed the trick in the sense that Clem St. Rose with that 6 he considered was a very timely boundary there, and even towards the end there when we put that the captain Mesmin should have at least closed the field to the new batter Merlan Sammy. He allowed him to get an easy single, and with Darren Sammy having been at the wicket, you know, for so long, it would have always been easy for him to have struck the winning runs. But all in all, one would still say that it was a good contested finals.
Yes, all in all, a good game. And maybe for the first Stumpers, when they batted, they were in a good position, and they sort of lost it in the middle towards the end. And their 147, Greg, could have been a lot more, but there was that period in which they lost wickets, particularly against the bowling of Darren Sammy. And in fact, Sammy proving to be key in both innings. And so initially the Soufriere Stumpers not posting a sufficiently large total And in the end, some of the tactics, a little baffling. Janai Mesmin in this game, maybe not being on song tactically as we have seen him in the preliminary games. But all in all, the innings, I thought, by Mervyn Wells proved to be key in really pushing the Micoud lads towards that total of 148. And in the end, a good victory for them.
Yes, good victory for them. They were one of the more consistent teams in the tournament, and Mervyn Wells, one of the more consistent batters as well. I think he would have finished the tournament with the most runs. So all in all, they did play some good cricket and they deserve to win the finals.
Yes, so thank you very much. And as we wrap up, just a quick word, your take on the quality of the cricket that we have seen over the tournament with the SPL T20 having taken a break for some 3 years for COVID. Nice to see local cricket at the T20 level. Your general assessment of the quality of cricket we have seen?
I think we had some very good cricket played. Some of the players you expected to step up to the plate, a lot of them did, although there were a few that did not perform to their full potential. But I think all in all, after a hiatus of about 3 or 4 years, to have come back, I think we did see some good cricket, some very competitive matches. There were not too many like lopsided games, you know. So all in all, I think sponsors of the competition could be pleased with the effort after the hiatus that we had.
Yes, indeed. So thanks, Greg. That's where we take a break from here. We conclude here. No doubt the presentation is being prepared, and that will be brought to you momentarily. But for the commentary and analysis point of view, that's where we wrap up. Thanking you for joining us. It's been a pleasure carrying the descriptions for you. So on behalf of the entire team of commentators, Greg Wilson, Jamal, James, and of course Clivers Jules was not with us today, Claudia Simano, saying goodbye from us from this segment as we await the post-match proceedings.
Drive by Massman, scatter shot there. You shoot him in your leg and you shoot him in his lap. Damage your friend and you want to kill him back. Sending each other to bury for sure. That is how you choose to settle a score. Sad solution. It's sad to see we killing one another. N'a parlé by the port, écoutez-les na disort, parité la visite, pouvez mettre à disort, ça top, pété balle, exposer yon a l'autre, ça qu'a fait, j'ai même mal, j'ai aidé yon a l'autre, la vie a mis un bout, si l'on veut, il écoute, n'a parlé pour nous tous, la défense pour nous foot, la chaîne de temps en temps, la vie passe courant, tout le monde est ouvert, je n'ai pas toujours, n'a pas dit ça encore, moi nous la vie ça à mort, je suis si mec à wonder, tout cas c'est fort, physique à pété fort, ça qu'a fait, vous comprenez, mais si n'a j'ai des forts, bah bon, j'ai n'a pas des forts, c'est violence, somebody say, c'est violence. Jonathan, I thank you. Whoa, yo, the boss say one more. One more? Give me the next one. Which one you want? Oh, the next boss say one more. They have too much bosses. What, you want this one there? Jonathan.
Disaster music.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% 20% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backer, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
I want to go TikTok. Girl go down, girl when do they pull your sound? TikTok. Girl go down, girl when do they pull your sound? TikTok. Girl go down, girl when do they pull your sound? All my ladies in the place, let me see the papas rolling, 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 rolling. Big up Soufriere, big up Micoud. Yo, it's Digital Rhythm. SBL with the place. That is the 27th. Everybody there. We there. Ladies, your bumper like my watch. Always on time, like the second, and let me see you TikTok. Your bumper like my watch. Always on time, like the second, and let me see you TikTok. I want you to TikTok. Girl go down, girl want to pull your sound. TikTok. Girl go down, girl want to pull your sound. TikTok. Girl go down, girl want to pull your sound. All my ladies in the place, let me see the papas rolling, 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 rolling. Ladies to the papas rolling, 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 rolling. I want to get what's the name? Minor production. Hey, you ready? What's that the beat, eh? Hey! You got my brother point next side there. Come on! And jiggle it! Everybody ready to swim? Yeah, man! Don't push me, Michael. Don't blush me. Good Bowie. Hey, jiggle, complete yourself. Good Bowie. Ladies! Excuse me, miss. And tell me what is the name? I see you looking at me in my game. You wanna do my dance? You like how I move? Hey, see, I'm from an island with 99 fish, 2 big song and 90 fish. So don't play shy, baby, if you have problems. Just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. Yeah. Swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. It's so enticing. I watch her the way she dey whining and the waistline rolling. I want to be the first like it grinding. So I started approaching the fun machine not monetizing. Move quick like lightning. So baby girl, let me tell you something. Hey, I just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. Yeah. Swim my way. Swim. I just swim my way. I tell you swim my way. Swim. Now, hold on, look at there. Daddy, what do you want me to sing? But he didn't take a dub. But he scored the winning run.
So I don't sing it for him. Justice for Sammy, justice for Sammy, we want justice for Sammy. Justice, he didn't take a duck, he scored the winning runs. They say he out the luck, but the Lookman still winning. I tell you, justice for Sammy, justice. Oh shit. Hold on. Now this one for my ladies. My ladies, yeah, give me. Give it to me something. Ladies, I'm not going to Alright, right here, right there, right to 2023. Ladies, what we want? Justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny. We want justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny. Johnny yesterday, from night to morning, his woman cheat on him. Now he is suffering. Justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny. We want justice for Johnny, justice. The asset taken too. Johnny got been fool. She gave that to someone new. Now my father turning to ladies. Wind up on Johnny, wait. Push back on Johnny, wait. Go down on Johnny, wait. Come up on Johnny, wait. Now wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up. Now stay up Johnny, stay up Johnny. Why Johnny, wait. Where Johnny, wait. There you. Johnny, wait. Justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny, we want justice for Johnny, justice. They're holding him down, he can't get a break, Johnny need a contract, so he can elevate. Justice for Johnny, we want justice for Johnny, justice. The asset sitting fool, Johnny not being fool, she gives that to someone new, now my father turning to ladies, wind up on Johnny. Push back on Johnny, boy. Push down on Johnny, boy. Come up on Johnny, boy. Now wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up. Now stay up Johnny, why Johnny, boy. Where Johnny, boy. Ladies, Johnny, boy. Where Johnny, boy. Alright. Justice for Johnny, we want justice for Johnny, justice. Johnny losing weight, he needs some exercise, something to stimulate and raise him like the gas price. Wind up on Johnny, push back on Johnny, go down on Johnny, come up on Johnny. Now wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up Johnny, wake up. Now stay up Johnny, why Johnny, why. I hear them calling. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Diggy. Thank you for coming. We gonna make a big up Soufriere. Hold on! Yes, right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Jiggy and make some noise for Donatan as well. In just a little while, we're going to have the official prize giving ceremony. Wendell. All right. Okay, Pop. Why you not bring that there for Darren? Now y'all come in?
One drop, tiki-tak, you know. Tension. Shut this out, say my teach one. That's a special instruction. And then we made the G. O café do tu. And then we made the G. O café do tu. You know that. gangsta, vamos de LSU, MMT, Namaste, one drop, tiki tak, you know, play tout fort. Listen back, Atela, elle bataille, production, big madan, big up tout fort, ils sont petits guada, pas vous aimer, quand vous gardez belle forme, pas vous aimer chant sous, pas une autre go down, this are not a love song, it is a wine song,
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Man. Ladies and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your Baka, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Schwezel is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backer. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
Show me how you can do the girl that bend like that. Copy tell us this one. FYA girl shake your and show me how you can do that. She likes some energy. Yeah, we talk and call me. All your us are do and eat. Jump up and tally. Girl, you not easy. See, bump up, go. Magic and Chris, but super beanie put this sauce. Hot like pepper in this sauce. Pretty like hibiscus. Sweet like the apricot. My hair want to do on this one. Too late, not gonna get dead. Shake your and show me how you can do that, girl. Show me how you can do that.
Batman with scooter, she want Batman with big car, she want Batman with big gun, she want Batman that go with lava and take fellas trace how much this and the water when we touch back, push out in the streets. Batman there, 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 Batman there.
Show pattern, sell up yourself because you know for that. Fixing up on the course up and into me for now it is a year time. Show pattern, sell up yourself because you know for that. Fixing up on the course up and into me for now it is a year time. This no story. Big up Naya Matson Soul Gas, welcome to your land.
Correct now.
Show pattern, sell up yourself because you know for that. Fixing up on the course up and into me for it is a year time. Set up yourself because you know for that. Course up and into me for it by year time.
Now when you in your back, what's your computer from the back? Oh baby! Alright, now play anthems now. Now play anthems now. Masters, Galvalo, Mercury, Prince Freedom Hub, Ashwell, you never six runs, then a foreign, over the body, mash up them weekend, give us 6 runs, then a foreign, over the body, mash up them weekend, all the way over you there. Every year we run the targets, the hardest thing for the year, one reboot pioneer, put your hands in the air, one reboot pioneer, no other team coming here. One reboot pioneer, SPL every day. One reboot pioneer, pioneer. Mr. Shalva, you can be down your side. We breaking wickets, the Lions coming. Umpire house that the Lions coming. SPL, the Lions coming. The Lions coming. The Lions coming. The Lions coming. We can fix back to back. We can pass on the attack. I'll come not hearing that. Tell me who is something on? Who is something on? Who is something on them? Oh, who is something on them? Six, who is something on them? Hold that for your best friend. Who is something on them? Four, who is something on them? Six, who is something on them? Hold that for your best friend. Soufriere, we don't come to play, we always giving six. And anything we go against, just know that taking it. We all do all the tricks, cause we all in the mix. Even when they bring on you, we break all their bricks. Who is something on them? Four, who is something on them? Six, who is something on them? Hold that for your best friend. We got the winning ticket. Got the money back and we'll be mashing up every week. We get to 4 after 4, 6 after 6. Tell the rest of the people, tell them to click. 4 after 4, 6 after 6. Have a time with Eagles, they don't give me them links. On fire, how is that? On fire, six and that. SPL, we get people taking wickets and give it back. On fire, how is that? On fire, six and that. SPL, we get people taking wickets and give it back. He's got a wide range of shots. What's he gonna do? 6 ball. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. With your hands, now with your hands. This SPL, we party in the stands. Listen to the cricket, listen to the fans. We taking wickets and we scoring all the runs. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. This is party cricket, time to have fun. We get every minute the boundary must come. One nation united, fans are the gates. SPL, it's 758. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. Love with pride, treasure the masters, Soufriere Stumpers, Micoud Eagles, Monrepo Pioneers, City Blasters, South Dashes Lions, Rosile Night party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. It's a party why we play SPL. It's a party every day SPL. And then instruction for the ladies again, right ladies? Listen to me now. Can you manage? Can you walk? Can you manage it? Can you climb up? Position on it, then you ride on it. Can you jump on it? Take a time with it. Then you bounce on it. Then you vibrate it. Then you manage it. Can you jiggle it? Can you manage it? Position on it. I want to take the ladies to the farm. They told McDonald how to farm. There was some.
And so testing for sound. Testing around. Thank you so much for coming out to the finals of the Premier Sports Inc. presents the KFC SPLT 20, powered by the National Lotteries Authority. It's the finals, and of course, congratulations to the Avatar Micoud Eagles, champions of 2023. Big up Micoud Massive. Micoud Massive, make some noise. You still there? All right, big up Micoud Massive. So, right about now, we have our prizes. Prizes to give away, and of course giving away we're starting off with the medals. Giving the medals, we have our very own minister, yes, and our Carnival Queen 2023. So we start with the individual awards. First, the man of the match. Presented by our Minister for Sports, Man of the match, KFC SPLT 2023, Mervyn Wells. Next we have fielder of the tournament, and the fielder goes to Sabinus Emmanuel of Monterey. Where is our representative for Monterey? Any rep for Monterey to collect this one on behalf of Sabinus? Thank you, Mr. Wells. Next we have bowler of the tournament, and this award goes to Clem Petros. Of the tournament goes to Mervyn Wells.
Everything good.
And our final individual award goes to player of the tournament. And who is the player of the tournament? KFC SPLT 2023, Mr. Mervyn Wells. Thank you very much, Minister Casimir. Now we have our very own Minister Emma Hippolyte coming to present the second place medals.
Go Emma, go.
Can we have the Soufriere captain, Shania Mesmin? to collect on the team's behalf. Congratulations, second place. And now we present the Soufriere team with the second place trophy. Thank you, Sulphur City, for being part of the KFC SPLT 20. Thank you, Minister. Okay, so now we call on our umpires of the series to come through. Umpires, are you there? Present yourselves, please. Okay, umpires, present yourselves on the field, please. And of course, we have our very own Carnival Queen 2023, Shanice, to present the umpires with their medals. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service. Thank you very much, umpires. Thank you very much, Shanice. Now we'd like to call on the winners. Avatar Micoud Eagles. Standing order with the captain last. Please come collect your medals, guys.
Take your time, Mela. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
representative FC to present the trophy to the winning team. Congratulations to the Avatar Micoud Eagles, certainly soaring over everybody else as far as the KFC Splt 2023 is concerned. Captain, tell us how you feel about winning after the Splt 20 returned with such a bang.
I think the first tournament Avatar won, so to come back here after a break to win it again, it shows that Avatar always do it first. So I'm happy for my team, and I let them know I'm not playing anymore cricket.
Oh really? So you're making it official now, right here?
Yeah, I let my brothers and my son take over. I've had enough.
Okay, all right. Well, what a way to go. And we surely do appreciate your participation in the KFC Splt 20 for this year. And of course, like I said, so far, Micoud Eagles have been giving us that burner boy effect last and definitely taking it home. So tonight it shows that was such a good strategy, yeah?
Yeah, I think we have a really good team. You know, we don't rely on one individual to do the job for us. Have you seen the games we've played? We've kept it very interesting. You know, the low order contribution and wickets from different bowlers. So that was really good. And congrats to my men out there. And, you know, we deserve this.
Of course. So again, the highlights. What were the highlights for you? For example, the highlights with your the crowd coming and support.
I would love to see more people, you know, come in. But the fans that came out to support, the passionate fans, you know, thank you for coming. You know, I heard Johnson Charles calling my name in the stand, so yeah, it's good, and I think with more support, you know, the cricket could go forward. I see Minister Kenson is there, you know, very passionate about the sport and the plans that he has, and obviously last to my Duga Miku Pasi, you know, big up, they come from far. And you know, these trophies for them.
Well, congratulations again to the Avatar Micoud Eagles, representing and winning, of course. Hold on.
Lastly, I want to say commiserations to the Soufriere team. I don't see them there, but you know, it's all part of the game. You know, everybody wants to win. So hopefully they drive to Soufriere safely and come back next year.
Congratulations, Avatar Micoud Eagles, champions of the KFC Splt 2023. And of course, they won themselves the cash prize of $20,000. So congratulations, guys, and of course, join us again next year for much more Splt 20.
Yeah, big up the winning team. Big up the Soufriere friends straight out. Big up the sound crew, Ricky and the whole crew. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. Well, are we going to whisper? Yeah, we're going to we're going to whisper. Let me find a girl, bring her down the road. Hey. Whisper sounds, yeah man, sounding good. Congrats to the winning team. Looking forward to seeing more next year. Splt 2023. Those of you heading home, make sure you get home safely. Please and thanks and please. Lovely, give her my number. 6 after 6. Tell the rest of the people, tell them blue click stop.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backup. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.